Good morning, Minnesota. Welcome to our construction event. Boy, I wish this was live. I feel like I say that every single day. I'm going to do a screen share. I'm getting better at this. I know I'm old and I can't work the Zoom, but I'm getting better. So a little round of applause here as we do this. Okay, this is us, 2021 Construction Summit. Been doing this event for a long time, 12 years. Very proud of this. This is a great event. Sad that we have to do it online, but excited that we still have a great group of panelists. And you're still going to get a great product and a lot of information. So special thanks to these sponsors. If our sponsors wouldn't have pivoted with us, we wouldn't have been able to switch to this online format. And we've been able to do real well with it. We get a lot of information out anyways. So really appreciate their support. This is us, RE Journals. We publish 6 publications in 17 states, do about 150 events a year. We're not just in Minnesota anymore. This is panel 1. Hang on, before we do that though, I want to show you one other trick that we have up our sleeve. It's called our virtual lobby. So here, this is probably how you got here. You probably saw this and clicked on watch event here, but here's where you can find out who's on each one of these panels. But you'll notice if you look under Mike's name and Beth's name and Gary's name, they have a little LinkedIn button. We really can't replicate networking online and online environment. We tried it at chat rooms. They work okay, but this is a great way to at least connect with a few new people. You can connect with each of our speakers. Every panel has those. You can also see what they're going to talk about and learn a little bit more about their companies and what we have for upcoming events. So appreciate your patience as we go through that. I'm going to turn the controls over here to Mike and let him go. If you all need me, I'll be in the background listening and just say, hey, Todd, we need some assistance with whatever it might be. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Todd, and thank you to the Minnesota Real Estate Journal for giving such this is an incredible panel of top people in the industry. We have Jeff Hansen, who's the CEO at Adolfson Peterson. He has a bachelor's degree in accounting from Northern Iowa. As a leader of Adolfson, he believes that the key to success is growing the business through innovation, creativity, and fostering a progressive workplace culture. Kelly McNamara is the Director of Operations with Mortenson. She oversees Minnesota, Iowa, and the Dakotas. She's been with Mortenson for over 20 years, since 2000. She has a degree in civil engineering and environmental engineering from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. And she's been recognized by Minnesota's St. Paul Business Journal as a top woman in business and 40 Under 40 awards and Midwest Engineering News as a top young professional. Beth Duyvejonck is the Regional VP of Construction with Opus. She oversees Minneapolis and Des Moines operations, as well as leading the company's strategic planning and resource allocations. She has a Bachelor's of Science degree from Iowa State and an organizational leadership certificate from St. Kate's. This gives her an understanding of the importance of maintaining employee morale and an engaged workplace, especially during COVID. She's been named a notable woman by CRE, by Twin Cities Business. Gary Prinsen is a Senior VP of Operations with Ryan Companies, overseeing Central Division, that's Minnesota to Texas. He's been with Ryan for 30 years. He began as a project manager and quickly moved into leadership. Gary has a Bachelor of Science degree from Mankato State. And Rich Jacobson is the Executive VP for Kraus Anderson. He's been with KA for 29 years. He has a Bachelor of Science degree in Construction Management from University of Wisconsin-Stout, and not to minimize his other accomplishments, but he's also the AJC of Minnesota Legislative Committee Chair. Very, very honored to be with this panel. And we're going to begin with just the impressions of where the market is at, both regionally and especially in Minnesota. Rich, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. So, after a rough second quarter of 2020, we kind of settled into our new normal for finishing out 2020, and it wasn't the year that we wanted to have, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been. So we were down approximately 18% in revenues, and so we had to do some cost cutting and some other things to maintain a decent bottom line and keep the engine running. So it wasn't as bad as it could have been, because we acted quick like everybody else did to kind of settle down a little bit and figure out how to move our projects forward. Looking into 21, we feel okay about it. I wouldn't say we're it's all hats and horns and ready to say things are over and going to change, but we feel that we've got a decent backlog. some good projects, and obviously some good clients that feel that their projects want to keep going or move ahead this year. Thanks, Mike.
Beth?
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I anticipate that a lot of the panelists will have similar comments on 2020, so I'll try not to repeat what Rich has said and kind of build on that a bit. So speaking for Opus, slightly different lens. We've got a little bit of visibility into the design pipeline as a design builder. Also, as a developer, we've got an eye on the the end result, the market as well. 2020 challenging, but was not as bad as we had maybe anticipated that it was going to be over the course of the summer. Had a nice backlog that got us through the year. Did see delays in project starts, had to do some pivoting of product type, and I think we'll touch on this a little bit later in some questions as well, but saw more activity in the industrial sector, and saw some pausing of projects in the in the multifamily residential and senior spaces. Regionally, as we're looking towards recovery, right now we're seeing that some outstate markets are looking to recover more quickly than some of the core downtown areas. So seeing some recovery happening in some smaller Midwest markets that we're hoping are leading us towards recovery in some core downtown areas as well. So cautiously optimistic is how I'd probably say we're sitting right now, coming out of 2020 and into 21.
Kelly?
Thanks, Mike. Again, I'll try not to pile on, right? And I think the other perspective that we've seen, and I think a common thread amongst all of us, is just the resiliency in our industry. That maybe that, to Rich's point, that second quarter, we didn't know if it was going to be there, but the second half of 2020, even in projects that were maybe going to be paused for 6 months or a year, some of those projects ramped back up in a month or two, and just again, I think the resiliency in the industry was impressive in 2020, in all honesty. And if you look at unemployment rates and things like that, it was quite impressive for the amount of work that we were continue to be able to put into place. And 2020 in totality maybe looked and felt a little different, but I think looking back and kind of what the whole economy went through, it's an impressive finish and a nice setup for 21. I think that's the other thing, that even if revenues were lower in 2020, the projections for 21 are exciting, and people can get excited about the future there.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be talking with Heidi next week about the villas and
Jeff Hansen?
Thanks, Michael. Not much to add from what everybody had said. I think that what we can look at, however, is by having construction still being deemed essential, that was more of a blessing. And I know everybody on this call has had the opportunity the last couple of years to build some pretty good backlogs. So the challenges that were in 2020 in particular, I mean, making sure you had the people to put the work in place, I think was very important. And as this marketplace, as I look at this, there were some things obviously paused, some things that were actually canceled because of whether funding became questionable or whatever. But I think that the lull that we have seen, it's a pretty soft market right now in Minneapolis in particular. I think outstate, I think you're absolutely right. I think there will some things recover much quicker because there's still some very large projects out there that are underway. They're going to still keep this industry moving. So I think that by the end of calendar year 21, I think we will start to see things steam up. I think we're all waiting to see really what the impact of the stimulus package is going to be. That's going to be something we all want to monitor. I think if you look then regionally beyond that, and everybody in this call has offices even outside of Minneapolis. I mean, you see some of that migration out of the West Coast into Colorado, Arizona, and Texas, and you are still seeing those markets, especially from our perspective. They're good. I would not say they were as strong as what they maybe were a year ago, but I would say the activity there is definitely much better than what it is, in particular here in Minnesota. So I think right now it's a matter of a patience play. I think it's a matter of monitoring what's still happening with our trade partners, especially as it relates to labor. We always want to be monitoring that, but I think we want to be cautiously optimistic about what will happen to the market towards the fourth quarter of this year.
Thanks, Jeff. Gary?
Yeah, thanks, Mike. You know, I think a couple of words that come to mind for me is confusing and surprising, honestly, 2020, especially when we look at our company performance, because we, at Ryan, we basically got hit by the lucky bus. We've exceeded expectation against budget, and in, you know, our 8 regions, 14 offices, oftentimes we far exceeded. So while there was softness in the market, there was great acceleration in the market in certain areas. And we happened to be in the right place at the right time in that, on that industrial bus, for example, where there was great acceleration in the delivery of materials to people. The other thing that has been important, I think, is through all of this, the financial markets never really did anything but stay stable or grow. And so because of that, there is still equity, there's still good money in debt to be sourced. And so at least we're not having to deal with that complication of a falling market right now to complicate getting debt and equity secured for projects. We made some structural changes in our business model. We integrated, we formed national sectors, and those national sectors integrate with the regional forces as a business development group, and then we partner locally with our regions for execution, and that has just really accelerated our top line, and is you know, proving very beneficial to our bottom line as well. And 2021 has all the appearances of setting up very similarly to 2020 with a slight increase. So we're very bullish, and we're a self-development company as well. So about 50% of our revenue is generated internally, and we're very bullish on the marketplace because, as I said, that debt and equity and the sourcing of that for good deals, the money is there for that. So we're very encouraged by that.
Gary, I like that. Dazed and Confused can be the theme song for 2020. Say, Beth and Jeff, you both mentioned the difference between outstate and downtown. Is downtown going to come back? I just saw a news report about the low tenancy rate and all the other troubles with downtown. And we have KA and Ryan, who both have offices downtown.
I'll go first on that. You know, I think the answer is yes. What was interesting is with everything that was taking place, and then you see the move deluxe check made, you look at that type of migration back into the cities, I think that's a sign. But you also look at what is left for development in downtown, that becomes unquestionable. So the redevelopment aspect, which has been pretty active as of late, is going to continue to be active, especially in the North Loop area. I think that is still going to continue. There's a couple of big projects out there on the drawing boards. I know that in particular, Rich is involved in one of those. And so I think it's going to continue. I think the vacancy, I think how it comes back is going to be different. But the interesting thing is you're still not seeing the slowdown of multifamily, in particular in the North Loop area, and that redevelopment, because I think that's part of what that revitalization is. And then how far north and west does that go from that North Loop area is going to be interesting to see as that development along the river takes place. I think that's what we all want to keep our eyes on too.
So I'm going to pick up on what you just said, how we come back. Beth, what's going to change in the workplace design? Are we going to come back differently?
I think we are going to come back differently. You know, it's an honor to be up on the screen here with these, you know, leaders of people, you know, leaders of humans. I think in 2020, one thing we all we all gained a better understanding of is just the humanity of our team. You know, we all have families, we all have, you know, so much other life that we had to deal with in 2020. And it really became a year for leadership, I think, for listening and really being empathetic to the life situations and what was going on inside our teams. And we have, in my opinion, this amazing opportunity where the world has paused and we have the opportunity to reflect on what brought us value and what didn't bring us value in the way we used to do things, and how does that change when we go forward. And you could apply that to all of life, right? But right now, let's talk about workplace design and what. I'll speak for me personally. I tried to go paperless for about 12 years and finally went paperless on March 16th. So I think our industry showed that we can make these changes. We can be paperless. We can have flexible work environments. You know, we can provide our associates that flexibility. I know when we've surveyed our team and we've asked about how effective are you working remotely, we get responses back of 5 out of 5. We're effective, we're productive, but we miss we miss that human interaction. And so what I see as needed from a workspace of the future is how do we allow for the collaboration that we need to have happening? How do we keep our training and our knowledge transfer happening? And a lot of that happens through casual collisions, conversations in the hallway. And so what I see of the workspace of the future is how do we allow for those things to happen, those casual collisions and conversations, so that we're making sure we have mentoring happening. We're making sure we have knowledge transfer and collaboration happening. But our teams are going to have an expectation of flexibility. And so we'll need to also provide for that. I see our workspaces being smaller. I don't know that we'll ever be at 100% in the office from 8 to 5. We won't need as much space for storage because we have gone paperless finally. And so I think there's a vision of what we want the workspace to be that's pretty exciting and gives a lot of our teams something to look forward to. And right now, we all need that, something to look forward to. So what do we want our workspace to look like is just an exciting question to try to answer right now.
Rich, are you changing how you're building buildings?
You know what? I think we're just at the start of seeing how that happens and what happens. You know, so I mean, if you look at on the design side, it hasn't caught up yet, but it's being discussed. If you look at how we're actually building them in the field, that has changed a lot. You know, I mean, when Beth, you mentioned about remotely and paperless. I mean, we kind of look at it as our field operations and field project management. They've been working remotely since Kraus Anderson started, because they're always on a job site somewhere. So that group, really, I mean, even though the rules and regulations have affected them, they're still building the buildings. It's the office situation that's interesting for us, because accounting was always coming in the office. Some of the estimating and pre-construction services were in the office. So we're focusing on how that's going to operate for our business, but also business development and marketing and client relationships. That's going to be an interesting moving forward, because you can't, majority of our work is relationship negotiated based, which is hard to do that when you can't see people or hang out with people or go to events like this and sit across the table and have breakfast with them. So we're waiting to see what happens. But I would call this a year of, to answer your question directly, it's going to be a year of transition and not 100% sure what it looks like at the end, but everybody's talking about it.
So as we're looking at that, are you shifting your focus from, more building in like office space to different markets? Gary, can we start with you?
Mike, can you repeat the question?
I am sorry. Yeah, shifting from office space to other things or apartments. I mean, if that's down, are
Okay,
you looking at
sure.
other things like
Got it.
solar? Or,
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the question has been asked even about downtown Minneapolis. What's the strength of the market there for apartments? What's the strength of the market outstate or in that first ring of suburbs? We feel that we're very bullish about multifamily, for example, and we've even doubled down at Ryan on that by just recently have formed another sector that is going to devote itself strictly to multifamily, and that's separate in our business model from senior living. But we have that much confidence that multifamily is going to remain strong. And most recently, we're going to talk about some of the big projects a little bit later in the conversation here. But a good example of where senior living and multifamily are really showing its strength is in the Bridges project, which is the old Ford um, acreage project in St. Paul for Ryan Companies. We've got many deals done there. There's probably close to $2 billion worth of construction work over 8 to 10 years. And a lot of that is housing. So that's just Minnesota. When we feel nationally, especially as you get into the southern states, multifamily is still a very strong, very vibrant market, and there is adequate equity and debt to be secured in those areas as well. Jeff?
Kelly, where do you think the markets are going to?
I think one of the areas that we've seen is that, the COVID slowed some things down, but it also maybe accelerated the path on some other markets and some needs and, life science and, medical research and things like that we've seen kind of a faster trajectory on. They were probably always one of the areas that we were targeting and that we've had success in projects in recent years and, actually starting another life science building down in Rochester in September. But, I think with everything that happened in 2020, the path of that really increased. Same thing with, distribution and cold storage, right? With the shift to e-commerce and what, we're seeing in that regards. We're also exploring and really trying to figure out multifamily and how do we get that to market quicker and more affordable, because there's a need for it. And it's only going to continue to kind of grow as well with the housing shortages in Minneapolis, and the rising prices of housing makes multifamily appealable to a lot of people.
Jeff, any quick thoughts?
Just one quick thought. I'm going to piggyback on what Kelly said as relates to rising prices of housing. You still have that on the multifamily side too, because the price of wood we've all seen double in literally a year, and so that puts a little bit of pressure on the pro formas. But what it does do, it creates other opportunities. So at AP, it's not so much the wood frame multifamily, except for senior housing. That's where we will do the wood construction, but we're more in that mid to high rise for multifamily. But what we're seeing is with the size of the sites and getting the density on the sites, getting people now to convert to pre-engineered light gauge steel, in which rather than doing the 5/2 or 5/3 for the concrete podium, we're getting people to go to 9 to 13 stories to get the density, to get the income, and quite frankly, almost at the same pricing. And then even the speed, because we're focused on working with pre-engineered companies like the Prescients of the world to prefab as much as we can. I think that's what you may see in that hospitality market, which is way down in the backlog of hospitality that's going to be out there. I think that need for prefab speed to market is going to definitely be there for that. But I agree with everyone on this call, especially Gary. I think that multifamily will continue with that, deurbanization aspect that's taking place. I still think that is a continuing market.
So Beth, you talked about moving to paperless. Kelly, what kind of things are changing in the field that you see as different, especially from COVID?
Yeah, I do want to start with, I think that, again, the workforce that we have locally and even regionally here, right? Because as we've said, a lot of us have regional offices as well, but is impressive and, second to none, right? And is part of the reason that, all of us have continued to build throughout 2020. I think that our project teams that are on sites and our craft workers are some of the first that really had to adapt and figure out a way to still come to work every day, right? It's remote, but it is coming to a job site every day. And what does that look like? And coming up with specific plans related to COVID and implementing face covering policies and figuring out how to physically distance while still getting work in place when you have craft that are used to working side by side. And sometimes that's needed, but we need to adjust and really figure out, how do we keep everybody healthy and safe? I think there's some things that as an industry, we've kind of figured out, hey, why haven't we had hand washing stations on job sites, right? Some of them are kind of no-brainers and things that we'll take into the future. But I think the resiliency of the field and the care that everybody has for each other has really helped with figuring out a way to make sure our break rooms are staying clean and people can continue to have some of that face-to-face interaction, but in an environment that keeps everyone safe. I think that's really important. There's been a lot of executive orders signed in the last, week and a half now that we're all going to have to kind of figure out what that means for our industry and maybe some changes there additionally in how we're operating in the field and what that looks like. But, I give a lot of credit and kudos to the men and women that put work in place every day in Minnesota and the surrounding areas, because they have stepped up like no other in 2020 and really allowed all of us to continue to be successful in what we do every day.
So Beth, how many of these changes are permanent and how many are just, well, we're worried about it?
Well, I think that's an important question, and I very much emphasize what Kelly said, that there's some things that have changed on job sites that in hindsight we should ask ourselves why we hadn't done that before. Why we didn't have better sanitation and hygiene opportunities for our valuable field associates, and that's something that I see staying. And I just want to re-emphasize, I guess, or reinforce what Kelly said, the really the value that our field teams brought to the whole adjustment that our industry had to make. I know that at the start of this, there was an opportunity for some friction or some tension between the personnel on our job sites and the personnel in our office. Why were office people working remote when our field saw themselves as being in the line of fire? This was before we really had a complete understanding of the virus, and it required a high amount of communication and collaboration between the field and the office to make sure that potential for tension or friction didn't build. And I really give a lot of credit to field leadership for really developing and implementing protocols essentially overnight to allow us all to continue building. But what I see staying is this focus or this emphasis on public health. What do we continue to do to keep our associates safe and healthy and coming to work every day? And I see that staying, especially in our job sites, also in our offices as we all start coming together again in 2021.
Say, Rich, Jeff, when we talk about the permanence, are we going to be seeing, and executive orders, are we going to be seeing new regs coming out? Is OSHA going to have hygiene regs for the workplace? Jeff, you want to start?
Well, we've been tracking that too, and Kelly alluded to executive orders, and especially from an OSHA perspective, in which there's a couple things we should look forward to. Number one is if there's going to be just more uniform standard and consistent regulations around job site safety and what we're doing, I think we're all going to welcome that, because everyone on this call is managing to the different jurisdictional changes on a state-by-state basis. So consistency there is going to be key. I do give credit to MINOSHA. MINOSHA has been ahead of this especially from the perspective that they're the ones that are doing audits on the job sites. Now, we get audited probably every month on a particular job site to make sure we're complying with those regulations. So we actually welcome that, because I think that's reinforcement even back to the field teams. And that's exactly where Beth was at. The fact that we're supporting them, communicating, and then what those requirements are, I think it's going to keep everybody safe. And I think that's what we've started to see in keeping everybody safe. And you see those numbers even come down from those that were infected on the construction site. Those are way down because of what's been taking place. So I think it's healthy. But again, I think we're all looking for some consistency. We're looking for some standardization as relates to how we want to do that. So as an industry, we're doing the right thing on a regular basis. Rich, how are you seeing it?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if you look at, like I said, I was with Carl Anderson for 29 years now, and 29 years ago, safety was something you kind of thought about, but you didn't worry about. And, 15, 20, 25 years ago, that started ramping up, and it was, became a forefront. But a lot of it was common sense. That what we're doing is like, wear your safety glasses all the time, wear gloves when you're doing this, and 5 years from now, if it's consistent, like Jeff said, and it's common sense, it's the right thing to do, because that's just the evolution of safety and environmental issues and things like that we have on job sites. So I think that there will be some good that will come from this. It just needs to be all across the line, very similar for each group and each state in the region too.
Gary, any thoughts?
No, I agree with that. We have to think about, and I really like to shout out to our field teams, because managing a whole new set of protocols every day, day in and day out, has been a real strain on that group. And like Beth said, I mean, these are the people who are our front line. And I think now we've gotten to a point with COVID where this is almost our new normal. And at least it feels like that to the teams that are managing those job site access protocols, and then the day in and day out protocols for mask wearing and social distancing. So I can really see some aspect of that becoming the new normal, because if you think about all the other transmissible diseases out there, these protocols protect everybody from that as well. So if we can learn from this and hopefully adopt some of these safety practices into a normal, I think the industry is and we're all gonna benefit from that and just be healthier.
Well, speaking of the potential legal changes, we haven't, at least I haven't seen yet, anybody being sued for liability on the workplace. So this is the lawyers, those damn lawyers part. Anybody worried about that, or do you think that we're going to be looking at some kind of immunity from liability? Jeff, you want to kick it off?
Yeah, and with all due respect, that's your job with the AGC to make sure that immunity takes place. Okay, Michael, so it's all on you to make sure that happens. It's interesting. I think everyone on this call has been monitoring what's been taking place with the executive orders. And I don't think it's just construction. I think you have to look at every organization that has been deemed essential, that has been engaged, that has had, unfortunately, there have been employees that have come infected, a lot of them, and some have passed. And I think this immunity issue is a big deal. And I just don't want to see that become the next cottage industry from a legal perspective, because if you're deemed essential and keeping the economy going and actually contributing to what we can do to minimize the impact of what's happening in the economy, that's what concerns me the most, because then you get penalized for being in business and trying to move things forward. And I don't think this is as much a penalty situation, especially if we understand what the rules were from the CDC, from our various states. You manage to it, you get audited for managing to it. You're managing the protocols even within your own office. You're doing the communications, and I don't think anyone on this call has not acted in the best interest of their employees during this pandemic. And I think that's the key piece. You show the care and concern and the compassion towards what's going on, but at the same time, you're still trying to drive the business forward. Not everything can come to a stop. Some things still continue. My gosh, we still had holidays this year. COVID didn't stop the holidays. You still have to manage through it, but you manage through it in the right way. And I think that's where if you've demonstrated you've done everything you possibly can, then there shouldn't be that risk. But you just never know because it's an absolute silent issue that concerns us right now.
Kelly, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that, as Jeff kind of alluded to, we've seen instances where, there has been, maybe employer or workplace employee spread of disease, right? And what does that mean as an employer? Because I think, to Jeff's point, we have all truly are operating in the best interest of all of our team members, and we want everybody to be safe and to have all of the protections in place that we know to be effective. I just think that this is an issue that is going to continue to evolve, but the key is just like what Jeff said, that we continue to maintain that it's about caring for each other at the front and everything and keeping each other safe. We're still, going to have all of our kind of march through the calendar year, and whether it's holidays or vacations or whatever that looks like, but being conscious of keeping each other safe, but also, trying to figure out in the midst of all this, are there legal protections? Because that is the industry that we're in the world that we live in. But also, I think again that it's about the people. We don't get to do what we do every day without the people. So understanding that and having everyone understand that it's about all of us being safe and being successful, I think is super important on this issue.
Kelly, are you seeing anything in the field that's that could be perceived as a CYA kind of maneuver?
I don't think so. I mean, I would say again, we've been super lucky, and I think everybody on the panel as well, locally and regionally here, that our job sites have been very safe and clean, and for all of what 2020 was and the revised focus on protocols in the field and screening and tracking the normal safety risks that our people face every day. Our safety records were really good in 2020. And it's not because we stopped work. We kept working, and we asked our trade people to do more. I mean, that's super impressive when you think about it like that, right? I think that everything that we have presented and implemented in the field, we have done it and tried to do it in a manner of, this is because we want everybody to be safe. Everybody in this industry talks about safety every morning and all day long, and it's our most important job. So I think I don't think it's perceived as CYA. We've had really good people speaking up and saying, I don't feel well, I need to stay home, or I might have had a close contact. We've had nobody that has tried to say, I don't believe in the system, or I don't like this system. And everybody has their beliefs and how they feel about it. But it is, I think, important that however you feel about it, keeping each other safe is our biggest priority.
You mentioned a really great point. We've heard of people who have gotten COVID, construction workers, but not from the job site. And I don't know if anybody else has heard of that, but we have not. And it's amazing what a statistic. I feel like I could talk about the legal stuff all day, but nobody else would be happy with that. Let me jump back to, we were talking about the availability, the market availability of the materials and everything. Gary, how has the labor been? Have the unions been there, and non-unions? Have you found workers?
I think, globally, generally it's been okay, but it tends to be that the same issue year over year, that how do we attract more individuals into the trades and the crafts jobs? And I think now we got to ask, how can diversity and inclusion also play a part in adding numbers to the labor front? And I think Beth's going to talk about that a little bit later, but in terms of have we seen some scarcity of labor? We have, where it's been really a push for us has been on steel erectors most recently, and examples around the country where there are a lot of national and traveler steel erectors, but even they now are being pressed and short of labor. You know, we had to supplement. We actually had 3 erection subcontracts on a single job in Albuquerque, just because the one who was supposed to be our provider was failing. And so we're seeing some evidence of that. You know, I know that holds true in the wood markets and the wood framing and the carpentry. We're constantly looking for more labor in those areas. I know Jeff or Rich, I think you were going to jump in here too. What are you seeing as it relates to labor?
Yeah, I was going to comment on the wood framing. I mean, that's anything that, and multifamily housing. So the carpentry side of wood framing is an issue for labor, and also the HVAC and electrical side on the multifamily. They're very, very booked up, and they're not afraid to let you know that they're booked up, and they're open about it. So you don't bring somebody on board and expect them to start in 8 weeks, and they tell you they can't be there for 16. But it is an issue. And it affects the schedule, but it also affects the pricing of what's going on, because they are really putting in the time, and there's plenty of work out there. So we really keep an eye on that for our multifamily group.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of pricing, we got a comment from one of our attendees that they've seen a 25% increase in pricing in steel in the last 6 weeks. And watching your faces, you know nothing about this, right?
Yeah, well, we actually do. And not only is price going up in that range, but we're seeing the schedules for delivery going out from 12 weeks to 16 weeks. And if you've got special forms and shapes that you need to be ordering for those mill runs, you've got to get those figured out quickly and get those ordered more timely. So yeah, I agree with whoever made that comment, and you've got to add schedule to the issue as well.
So what's happening? This isn't like GameStop, is it?
What's that?
This isn't like GameStop, so I'm just trying to buy it up. What's happening?
Oh yeah, well, I mean, and precast is becoming an issue too. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. Because of the warehousing, distribution. They're big square footage. They're 1 million, 2 million square feet. And so you can eat up a lot of product in a hurry. With that. So if you're talking, and there's usually limited suppliers that can do, tip up panels. Around the Midwest, there's 2 to 4 of them that are there, and they're out 4 months. If you don't place an order, and if you don't do it the next 4 weeks, they might be out 5 months. I don't know, but that's right there with the structural steel is precast right now.
Is this going to end, or I mean, are we going to catch up with our supply needs?
Yeah, I think it'll cycle back down, Mike, over time, just like wood does. Wood tends to be very cyclical in its price, and they adapt pretty quickly to the lack of supply. So I think it's going to cycle back to some more normalcy, but only time will tell on that.
You had the issue back early in the pandemic in the last couple of months as it relates to factories being open, or they're open, then they shut down. They were up and down. The lines were up and down all the time. And it just doesn't affect what we're seeing with our assemblies, whether the mechanical or whatever access to steel. I mean, just look at car dealerships and how thin those used car lines are, even into the new cars. I mean, it's pretty universal what's happened throughout the economy when you have these latent effects of when you shut down these factories for a period of time, especially in the United States. I think that has been part of the issue. So I think it does come back, it does catch up, but I think right now there needs to probably just to access, and there probably is a little bit of a run on it. I think that's what we're seeing. I think people need to be prepared to stockpile a little bit to meet the needs that are coming, because I think even the steel, the fabricators, they're starting to see that demand coming up later this year as well.
So I want to circle back to something Gary said about labor availability, and that's diversity and inclusion. I know this is an important issue to all of you, and I know this because all of your companies have reached out to AGC and participated in potential solutions. Beth, what's going to happen here? What's the outlook?
Well, I'm glad that we're mentioning it in the call. I think any conversation about 2020 and looking forward into 2021 would be remiss to not mention diversity and inclusion and equity. And you're right. There's a well-deserved focus on those important topics from a lot of leadership and a lot of organizations in the area. I think it's not intended to be the primary focus of our conversation today, but it needs to be a sustained effort in order for us to hope to bring about change related to diversity and equity. But I wanted to draw, I guess, a bright line between that and what Gary was talking about earlier about an issue that's been, in our industry that predates COVID, which is shortages in the workforce and talent development, and just offer up diversity and inclusion and equity as one of the solutions to that, and that the talent of the future, it simply looks different than the talent of today. And so how do we evolve our recruiting and our talent development practices to leverage that and to consider that? And I know any of us on this call, if we're not at a cliff, we can see a cliff upcoming where a lot of talent is retiring. People that have 30, 40 years in the industry are retiring. And how do you replace those people? How do you have a succession and a knowledge transfer plan in place to keep moving our industry forward as these people retire? And I would offer up the work that all of us are doing right now around diversity and inclusion and equity as one of the solutions towards workforce shortages, and really just encourage all of us to continue our efforts related to that with an eye on recruiting and retaining talent and developing talent.
One big principle of OD is the tone at the top, and all of you are at the top of your companies. Is there something that you have found that you can do personally that is making an impact, or being able to leverage some organization or people in your staff to push this forward, or to demonstrate that your commitment or your interest?
I can go first on this one, Mike.
Yeah.
I think that again, the fact that this isn't an issue that came up necessarily because of 2020, it's in the spotlight because of some of the events of 2020, but it's something that if we are all going to continue to be successful, this is a requirement, right? And to Beth's point, it's as much about recruiting and getting talent in the door as it is about maintaining that talent and growing that talent. So I think, again, a lot of it is the messaging of that this is important from a leadership level of the company. And, our Mortenson has certainly done that throughout. And then also the how we show up every day, right? And how the conversations that we're having with team members are perceived, and is it an inclusive conversation, and does everybody's voice heard, and it doesn't matter. I think it's the little actions, and I'm sure all of us have over the course of the year gotten feedback on hey, we adapted really quickly, and the amount of care that we showed for each other is really what people remember. They don't remember that they had to go do a small job because their big job got delayed or something like that. They remember that the leaders that they worked for, truly cared about them, and that they had a successful experience, and they're continuing to learn and grow and flourish in this industry.
Really, really good points. Again, this is one of those topics we could spend over an hour on, and there's groups that actually meet every week and do spend about an hour a week or more talking about this. Unless somebody else wants to chime in, I'd say if people want to talk more, we can provide links on those groups. Otherwise, jump to another great big topic, contract changes. With all the COVID and things happening, I can tell you in all the years I've been around, force majeure has never been discussed in negotiations, and now it's in the limelight. Rich, what is force majeure and what do we do with it?
Well, I think force majeure is something different to everybody else. First of all, every person looks at it differently and how that affects. But it's an uncontrollable incident, with one of your projects or on a job site. And so, is it that you have to shut down the job because of a COVID outbreak, or are you behind schedule because the Firestone factory in Ohio, quit making roofing material like it did last year? So that there is we are seeing more and more in our contracts, to get to your point, contract is pandemic written in the contract, and how does that affect what you're doing? It's like, how can we as a general contractor, control a pandemic, and what's the liability there? So don't have a great answer for you, except that it is on our, when we negotiate contracts outside of our Krause Anderson Realty and Development Group, we do pay very close attention to what those items in the contract are as it relates to pandemic and force majeure. And then also we pay very close attention to schedules, float time within those schedules, who owns the float time, where that goes. So we've got a high level of sensitivity in all those areas and especially if it's with an owner that we're not familiar with, or a federal government entity that really can put the pressure on you.
I think one thing I would add.
Oh, go ahead, Gary.
Mike, one thing I would add to what Rich is saying is now that COVID is a known thing, it's not a force majeure eligible event. So we have provisions now that deal with the effects of COVID, because now it is no longer a force majeure event. So when it comes to estimating costs that are associated with it, the problem still exists, but we don't really know how it's going to affect our projects. So we put provisions in our contracts now that allow us to provide an allowance to deal with anticipated costs. So we set a bar where we think costs could go. And to Rich's point, we also identified the potential for schedule impacts. We had a factory that shut down in Pennsylvania that was supposed to deliver cabinets to a multifamily project. Well, they were 2 or 3 weeks late. We needed to be able to ask for that time, because there's no substitute for your cabinets. They eventually end up on your critical path. So that's the one thing I would add. Now that it's known, it requires a separate provision to what is historically known as purely force majeure.
Yeah, I'd be shy to say that COVID is known and it doesn't qualify for force majeure. I think Rich has a good point that it has different meanings. Jeff, how are you handling this? What's your definition?
Our definition would include COVID because of the impact it has. And let's think of this not just, let's talk, 90% of the people in job sites are subcontractors. So this flow down language and how it affects and flow up as relates to how it impacts them. It is a big issue. And I think what it does do, and this set in early, we all knew there were going to be impacts. We knew that there were going to be issues with team members on a job site. So for that reason, that discussion with that owner had to be upfront. And we've been very successful in getting time, have not been successful in getting any dollars associated with, because that's what the force majeure language is. And that's where Gary's right. It's like, how do you negotiate then an opportunity to get recovery for things like this? So I think how it affects the contracts, not just with the owner and us, but then with the subcontractors as well. It's a whole food chain that gets impacted by this issue. And it was pretty big. It got, it's like, they understand it's going to be late, but there were office buildings. They couldn't get their people in anyway. So it wasn't really that big of a deal, but it was a big enough deal that to manage the schedule and other things that need to take place. It's like, okay, we could lose this subcontractor team. So, we were incurring overtime to try and work back to the schedule and do the recovery so that other things could be met. So it's not just today, it's what happens. And Rich, you're right. It's the schedule impact, the schedule analysis, and what happens at critical path that became the most problematic issue for us.
There's a lot you just mentioned there, talking about the subcontractors, how you adjust for costs like market indexes. I probably need more time to go into all that. I want to leave though with a chance to talk about your future outlook, where you see things are going, your major projects, and it's a chance to brag about your personal growth and your company's growth. Rich, you want to start with you?
Sure. Thanks, Mike. So like I said early on, 2021 looks like it's going to be a pretty good year for us. We wouldn't say it's full recovery, in a large amount of growth, but it is going to be better than 2020. We feel very strongly about our backlog is pretty darn good. We've got a really good backlog in our K-12 public school group. So we're starting some big projects. White Bear Lake has got a really nice bunch of facility projects that we're doing for them, plus other projects around the Midwest. We're waiting to hear on if we're going to get the green light on a big project on North Loop that they're doing some financing with, but that's a big project that we're looking forward to. And we're about 50% done with a housing project that Krause Anderson Development owns right down the street from our block called the Larking. So, we feel pretty decent moving into next year.
Beth?
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, we at Opus, we see a lot of activity still staying in the industrial market with distribution and with manufacturing. Would second or third that multifamily apartments and senior is going to stay strong. We saw some work needing to happen on the operations side, so some projects paused while operations caught up with what is living in a multifamily style facility look like, and so some operations related needed to work out to let that sort of project continue in 2021, but we see that staying as an active market. Opus has an exciting project going on in St. Paul right now, where we're the general contractor for the Ackerberg Group and Northland Real Estate on a modular apartment project, which is an exciting market type, and I would see that as being one of the markets of the future.
Wonderful. Kelly?
Yeah, I'll echo some of what Beth and Rich said, and that we've said at the beginning that, if anything, 2020 maybe accelerated the trajectory on some markets that we were already tracking, but, we're super excited about the life science world and some of that work there. We do see some healthcare work coming back with, Alina and Abbott and their campus, and then also regionally in, other areas like Tri-County Health and such, where we have projects coming up. Again, the industrial piece is exciting. Multifamily is exciting, and it's interesting. Beth alluded to how some of the amenity spaces and just the e-commerce that I mentioned earlier, and how people are, ordering online and doing things these days, and how that affects, both how apartment layouts and things change, but also how do we adapt to be able to get those supplies to folks. We've got some exciting data center work that we're going to be starting here as well. So I think the 2021 is exciting, and we're excited about what it's going to bring for everyone.
Great. Jeff?
Yeah, it's interesting because we've got 3 really large projects going on right now here in the cities, but it's the bus garage, our residences, and then even the large press homes project out in Eden Prairie. And now backfilling that with other work, but it's amazing to see how sustained this industrial side is. And the other piece is the correctional side too. Even outstate, the demand for the correctional piece has been pretty strong, and AP's played fairly well on the correctional side, obviously because of the concrete piece. So, But, I think what we're all going to look at is that supply chain down the road. Rich, you said it. I mean, precast. I mean, I think that's a big issue with the amount of, warehouse activity going on, distribution center activity. We're going to monitor that pretty close. But again, I'm cautiously optimistic about how this will develop, how things will settle down, because you're starting to see a little bit of that now. And so again, I looked at 21. We had a really great 2020. 21 is going to be good. I wish it was just as great, but I think the backlog is there and the opportunities out in the marketplace will be there to sustain this and get us back to, I don't know what normal looks like. I can't even define that these days, but we will operate differently. There's no doubt about that.
Gary, you got cleanup.
All right, well, I agree with everything that's been said. Economically, 21 looks really good for us. Two things that I wanted to mention. Number one, I talked last year about computational design, which is really the integration and power of the computer with the human intuition. We did invest in that. We won one project in computational designs, which we're really excited about, and we're in pursuit for two more. So that's an exciting thing. I'd encourage everybody to really research that and understand what computational design is. In this year, our innovation team is focused on industrialized construction, which is really the advancements and innovations of mechanization and automation, and getting from design to build, and 3D printing, modular design, prefab. We talked about examples of that, and those are just scratching the surface of what we can really do here when we get innovative. So I'll leave it at that, Mike.
Well, thank you. I want to thank all of our panel members. This really was an incredible, amazing panel of bright, insightful people, and I hope you all got good value out of it. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful job, Mike. Great moderating, great panel. Appreciate everybody's insight. If you're on the current panel and you want to stick around, just turn your microphone and your camera off. If you're on the upcoming panel, you can turn yours on. Let's see, I'm just going to put up quick here. This is the title of our next panel, Subcontractors Perspective. We have a wonderful moderator. Nick is going to take it over here. Nick, are you ready?
Hey, I am. Thank you.
I know I saw, Dan, I turned your camera off a couple times because you were trying to come in and photobomb that last session. Let's see, I want to make sure I get Mike's camera off here. All right. Looks like we got a perfectly set up Hollywood squares for everybody here once I turn mine off. So if you need anything, holler, I'll be here monitoring.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. My name is Nick McNeely. I'm the Executive Director with the Minnesota Subcontractors Association, also known as the MSA. We're a nonprofit trade organization that empowers our members through education, legislative reform, and industry networking. We represent subcontractors of all specialties, suppliers, as well as the professional service providers that support them. If you have questions about the organization or about the subcontracting community, don't hesitate to reach out. We're here for that sort of thing too. I'd just like to offer a quick thanks to the Real Estate Journal for holding this event and having us. We really do appreciate the chance to learn from our trade partners at this event every year. And now on to our panelists. We have a group of respected Minnesota subcontractors who do something different on the project, each one of them. Our panelists, thank you folks. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, share your role, some background about your company, and maybe give the folks on the call a little insight as to your expertise, when you come on a project, when you leave, who's with you, all that sort of good stuff, and then pass the virtual mic. Todd, would you mind starting us off here?
Yep, I will start off as long as my mic is working.
It is.
Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Todd Lidens. I work for ACE Electrical Contractors. We're a union contractor in Golden Valley. And I'm on the board of the MSA and a couple of the different sectors of it. And Um, I'm a project manager with ACE. I started out in the field a long time ago.
Mhm.
And finally came into the office when I got a little bit older and couldn't run as fast out there. So I got experience in and out of the field in the office for about 6 years now, in the field for about 25. Before that, machinist and all sorts of jobs. So, pass it on to Allie.
I am Allie Lloyd with Lloyd's Construction Services. We are a selective demo excavation roll-off company based out of Shakopee, Minnesota. And our niche is kind of the more difficult renovation projects where we need to do the underpinning and working on additions and things of that nature. We do some full-scale building demolitions, but we do a lot better at what we kind of like to call taking the ship out of the bottle. I am the current president of the Minnesota Subcontractors Association, and my role within my company personally is treasurer, and I'm in the process of becoming a third generation owner of Lloyd's Construction. We were founded in 1983 by my father and grandfather, and so now my sister and I are looking to take over and kind of just carry on that family legacy. Dan, go ahead.
Hey everyone, my name is Dan Cashmere, excuse me, with RTL Construction. Been in the industry now for roughly 30 years as a drywall specialty contractor. At RTL, we are a specialty interiors, exteriors contractor specializing in cold form metal framing, light gauge metal framing, wood framing, and rough and finish carpentry packages, along with spray foam, fireproofing. So we pretty much are on the start of the job to almost to the very end. RTL pretty much does work throughout the entire Midwest. Office up in, currently doing work out in North Dakota, looking at projects maybe in Arizona. We also are currently throughout all of Minnesota. Other than that, we are pretty diverse interiors, exterior specialty contractor.
Hey, thanks, folks. First question up is, although many of us want to leave 2020 behind, could you give us a little recap of how it impacted maybe the industry, but also, more specifically your specialty area, or if it didn't, share that with us too.
Sure, I'll start out with that one. Starting 2020, things were looking very profitable for us. There were a lot of projects that we had on the books, which we did do. There was a lot of negotiating work that we were currently negotiating, and the bid calendar looked very encouraging. Unfortunately, then COVID hit, and obviously things changed. We had some jobs that were put on hold, jobs that were canceled. In regard to the bidding, things got very competitive because there weren't nearly as many projects out there to bid, and everybody obviously needed work. So the margins were way down, and it affected us.
I guess the way that it's affected us, we had a very odd year in 2020 just because of the industry we were in. As far as when COVID hit, we did have a lot of projects get pushed back, get put on hold indefinitely, which a lot of them have been starting to boot back up now. But just being a demolition contractor with so much interior labor, we already had all the masks and everything that the guys needed. And so we actually partnered up with MSA and did a mask drive to get N95s to the Nurses Association. Because, I mean, for us and for a lot of other subs that are similar to us, we had half masks that actually protect a little bit better for the things that we do than those N95s. And that's what the nurses needed at the time. And so it put us in a really unique position to help those critical workers. And we also did have, I mean, this was not as much with COVID, but when the riots hit in Minneapolis, we had a lot of cleanup work that happened. And so that really the backlog that had been cleared because of COVID actually ended up being filled from riot cleanup work to try to, get our city back to where we want it. So it's been an interesting year, but I think 2021 is going to be much better.
Thanks. Todd, do you have thoughts on that?
I think she hit it right on the head when she said it was an odd year. When we started noticing it and got the information coming in, we expected jobs to shut down and pretty much the whole industry to come to a stop. But we wound up having some jobs shut down and some jobs explode. I work in the telecom world with Verizon, T-Mobile, and all them, and they just started building new towers and like crazy because they were the ones that had to get all the Wi-Fi up so everyone can have these meetings. So I was super busy last year, and some others in our office were really slow. And then again, they went out and tried to find jobs, fighting against more and more people for less and less jobs in this area. But they did find them, and our shop generally had a good year last year. But it was odd. It was not like normal. We had to get the mask to work on certain places. And I know my owners here spent a lot of money paying for all that, and not just that, but when guys did get sick, they had to deal with that. So it cost a lot more last year, but we stayed busy and made it work. And actually using our work from home, we were able to go more paperless, just like the previous panel mentioned, is they went more paperless, and we're actually embracing that and going to use it moving forward. So we're taking some advantages off of the COVID and going forward with it. That's all I got.
Okay, great, thank you. One thing that did sort of out of it was a lot of information sharing, and you guys are on the front lines, and most of your people are out on the field every day. And so do you have any comments at all about and maybe this fits somewhere else too, but just about the safety protocols and the time and energy that you folks put into getting those in line, or we can move on to the next one too, if you prefer.
I'll just continue with that one. Like I mentioned, we spent a lot of money on it. There's training involved. There's some bad habits to get away from, especially the ones in the field. Some in the office. Most of our office moved remotely pretty quick. I think some people were a little bit eager to work from home, but as far as training the people in the field, you have to wear a mask. Well, it fogs up my glasses that we have to wear. And it was back and forth. Okay, we'll solve that problem, but then here's another problem. And then of course, when they started coming out with the extra $300 or $600 on the unemployment, people had less of didn't want to come back as quickly. And so we had a reduction in workforce that way.
Well, and maybe to the others, are you guys as staff back in the office and out in the field, or are you doing a mixed variety, or what's it sort of like for you, Dan or Allie?
I'll take that, Allie. Throughout the whole process, our whole entire office has been in the office. We had enough room within our office where we felt safe. And if we did get together as a group, we maximized, the 6 foot distance rule, and we wore masks. I think the hardest part for the field was obviously wearing the mask, but the inconsistencies from going from one job site to another and how those were governed. Some sites were a little more relaxed on the mask procedure and some were sticklers, and it really depended on what projects they were. So that was kind of frustrating for the men in the field and women.
And
We had a very unique view on the masks just because our guys have been, I mean, 90% of the time that they're in the field, they have to wear them anyway. The biggest challenge we had to overcome was all the training that they've received from OSHA for 30 years has told them that these half masks are the best and the brightest. These masks that have valves on them are the best. And so just trying to explain to them that, you know, we need to follow the mandates. You need to, you know, even if you're not pulling down sheetrock and you don't have a silica hazard or asbestos potential, you still just need to keep the mask on. Just treat everything like a silica site is kind of what we went ahead and just made it a blanket thing for our guys, and it's been going pretty well. But there definitely has been, the biggest thing we have problems with is lunch break and trying to tell them. We've had to crack down on, you're not having lunch really with each other. You're not having lunch with other crews. That's been our biggest thing that we've just been trying to push into the field is keep to yourselves, because if there's an outbreak on the site, we don't want you having contact with anybody else. We want to keep our bubble the best we can and not have to deal with other, like you guys having to be off.
yeah, it's a lot easier to socially distance when you're working from home than when you're surrounded by your peers and friends, I suppose, of many years as well. Well, and that sort of leads us into, you know, some of the other significant challenges impacting the industry today. And, you know, there's I'm sure a host of topics here. Todd, you want to jump in again here? I know that, you know, workforce is an issue for you guys to some extent, and share some thoughts and go around again.
As far as our workforce goes, we are a union contractor, so we have to get our workforce from what they call the bench. So we have a unique opportunity there to get the help when we need it. But then again, when we did need it, there's a lot of people on the bench that didn't want to come off because of COVID. Either they didn't want to work and risk it, you know, getting the COVID, but they didn't want to come back because they're making more money. The workforce that we did have, a lot of people that work for us have been here for years, so they were more dedicated. They moved around. They picked up on the mask real quick and were really good about it. Workforce to me is a kind of a picky thing because I have a little bit higher demand on what our electricians can do, and also for our future. I'm always pushing the older electricians to teach the younger electricians how to do that, what they do. And it's actually part of our union contract that that's what they're supposed to do. So I've been pushing that for a while now, because what I've been told is 50% of our workforce is going to disappear in about 5 years because of all the retirements. Now this year, a lot of people didn't retire because just, you know, they need that last year of work to make their pensions work out right. So, but I think once everything gets back rolling, it's going to get harder and harder to find qualified people to do trade jobs.
Yeah, I would agree with what Todd said. As far as our workforce, looking into the field, being a millennial myself, even looking at just the difference in our generations, we're having a really hard time transitioning our leadership roles in the field. I've got foremen out in our field that are celebrating their 20th, 25th, 30th anniversaries with our company. That's something that at Lloyd's we are extremely proud of, that our average retention for an employee is 9 years, and that includes the high turnover in the field. We don't take people off of the bench lightly. We never have. We only take someone off the bench because we are also a union contractor if we know we have a full-time job for them, and they can make a living at our company and stay with us. And we've had a really hard time trying to attract the younger guys to become the foreman, because even that increase in their pay just isn't seeming like it's really as much worth it as getting to take long weekends and go on ice fishing trips, and just having a little more flexibility of just being a laborer in the field, as opposed to being the person that the buck stops here before it heads to the office. And we've coaxed a few guys. I mean, there are a few, but it's very hard to find. Our foreman positions used to be the most sought after. Just it was, just there were fights for the position, high demand, and we basically just got to pick which guy we wanted to bring into that role. And it's really just changed where I think it really just boils down to the philosophical differences of different generations. Looking at Gen Xers who, they want to move up in that hierarchy, where millennials and Gen Z are just not seeing that hierarchy the same way, and not really, I don't want to say not respecting it, but it just, when you can learn how to do something from someone your age on a YouTube video, as opposed to the only way to learn is from learning from someone with more experience, it changes that dynamic in their, just the way that they think about hierarchy and authority figures. And I'll be really interested to see how that continues to play out. But it definitely is already being pretty challenging, especially with Gen Z starting to join the workforce, and seeing that it's not something where it's going to revert back to the way that Gen X and baby boomers, the way they thought. So it's really we need to put a lot of thought into how we're going to structure our field going forward to cater to that.
Yeah, just to reiterate what Allie said, it's pretty significant how the work ethic is from the younger generation, from an apprentice to what it is to a journeyman. And that's one of our major difficulties right now with labor, is that, and on top of it is the shortage of skilled labor workforce. Again, there is no more trade schools in high schools, so the younger generation doesn't have the knowledge of what to expect going into a trade, when it could be slightly introduced to them in high schools. Those programs aren't available anymore. The unions are trying to encourage this and try to get it back into school programs, but it's not happening. So when an apprentice comes onto a job site, they're so young and green, they're not really sure or to be able to do what they were able to do previously when they were exposed to this work before. The age of our skilled workforce is getting older, like we all said, and the younger generation are not being able to fill up that funnel anymore to recoup those numbers of skilled workers. It's frustrating, and that's one of our major difficulties. And the union recognizes it. I think all of us on this panel recognize it also. They're trying their best to do what they can, but unfortunately it's a slow process.
Absolutely. And kind of to tack on to what Dan was saying there, there's also been a shift of where we're looking for more labor from. In the past, it was always, even with the trade things being in high schools, it was also, we were reaching out to essentially farm kids who had a lot of hands-on experience and were coming in with, drive a tractor. It's not really that big of a jump to drive a skid steer, or you're driving a skid steer on the farm. Well, our new source of where we're looking for skilled labor from, I mean, those farms are becoming so large that they don't really have the excess labor to have these kids be looking to come into the city to work. And so we're really looking at inner city and looking to diversify the workforce that way. And the challenge is that when you look into inner city for things like that, you're not getting those same experiences that tie to the industry that give them that experience. So it's just, you get really green workers coming in that, and at least with our union, they've been doing really great with requiring the safety week, that 40 hours of just, if you go on the site, here's how to be safe, which is really the most important thing. Everything else is learnable, but safety is where, if you're not aware of that, you don't have your OSHA 30, you can get very hurt. And so it's just a lot of adjustments that need to be made with how we train and how we recruit. And it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. And hopefully we're finding a new group of people who are interested and hands-on and seeing what they completed at the end of the day, and just really having that as part of their job description instead of just sitting behind a computer.
Okay, thank you. And Todd, I know that you travel a lot. We're sort of hitting some of the challenges here first, but I know you travel a lot for your work. Are you seeing large variation across the region in, COVID requirements and demands from government? I know someone mentioned some differential, COVID requirements from GCs too, but just from the government as well, or?
We have, we at these out of town sites lately for T-Mobile, we've been working on rooftops where they put the antennas on top of tall buildings, and that's how they spread their bandwidth. Getting access to those rooftops have been difficult sometimes because the offices are pretty much empty. And we thought, oh, perfect, be easy to get up there, but they have all these strict rules now where, no, you have to make an appointment to get into the building, be escorted to the roof, signing in, putting a lotion on and mask and everything. Versus before, it was just like, yeah, just go up and do your thing. A lot of these have been at hospitals down in Iowa, mostly the Mercy hospitals. And that's been very difficult because if they're a COVID hospital, you're not doing a job, period. As far as traveling with hotels, that could be different from town to town or state to state. I thought Iowa was pretty much open, and then I walked in the hotel and it was almost like a dance. You had to walk up to the counter and the person behind the counter walk backwards, and then you would sign something and then walk backwards and they would walk forward. It was kind of goofy, but and then I went to town in North Dakota, and I had to get some water to drink, and the only place that was open was this bar. So I walked to the bar, and the bar's, sad to say, it was like noon. The bar is full of people sitting side by side, no masks, nothing. So, and here I am with the mask on, and then of course, what happens to all the people is, do I take the mask off because I feel like an outsider, or do I leave it on? So
Yeah.
it's been quite a challenge. A lot of hotels have shut down during that time, so we had hard. And then of course some of them jacked their price up. So it's been off and on.
Okay, well, thanks. So how have these, challenges and changes, maybe not even just challenges, but impacted your relationship with, contractors, develop owners, and then also, if there's some practical advice that you can share with them that would be helpful, or some things that you're working on, to better these relationships, or work with the mystery of the world we're in right now.
I think one of the biggest things, with me being on the business development side of things, is the face-to-face contact. There, once it started, there was none. It's very difficult to go into somebody's office because they're not in their office anymore, to have this interaction with people. Sure, we can sit here in Zoom all the time, but it's so much more comforting, and you get so much more of the interpersonal feeling when you're able to do a face-to-face contact with somebody. Do you trust this person? Do you not trust this person? When you're able to sit across the table with them, have a cup of coffee, have lunch, just to be able to develop that relationship is something that I'm missing, that hopefully will be back soon. And I think all of us could speak for that.
Absolutely. Oh, Todd, you go ahead.
It doesn't matter. The one thing I can say about that is, throughout history, it's always been a big deal when people get together and they make a decision. They talk to each other in person, they meet each other, they shake their hand. And I've been trained since I was a little boy that when you shake someone's hand, you shake it with respect. You don't shake it too long. You have to have a certain amount of pressure that you shake someone's hand with is a big deal. And now you're talking to someone on the phone, you don't get that respect of each other, I think, just talking on the phone, because you just don't get that personal reaction to each other. And talking on the phone, you don't pick up on people's personalities as much, I don't think.
Absolutely. I guess going off on a little bit different, there's challenges, but also we've had a lot of really unique experiences this last year. With the riots happening, we did actually end up establishing some new relationships with owners and GCs that we haven't worked with before. For example, we were working on a lot of the pawn shops that had been burned, and the Target on Lake Street, helping with the rebuild for that. And the contractors that they were bringing in were out-of-state contractors that we'd never really worked with before. And I think that what actually ended up happening was not the most beneficial thing for GCs. I don't know how many of them are still listening, but it made it a lot easier for out-of-state GCs to come in and run these projects because of the Zoom calls that were happening. And so we were just scrambling to try to get our bid to everybody who was bidding these projects. And we're looking at, it's usually sending our bid out to around 5 different contractors. And now sometimes it can be up to 20 that are bidding the same project. Really reminiscent of 08 in a lot of ways. And it also, just as far as running the jobs remotely, now our guys need to sign in just for the COVID tracking for areas they've been in on sites. And I think this is really beneficial for owners, knowing who's been in their building, how much work's getting done. They're getting a lot more updates. Great time to do projects in that aspect. But I also, excuse me, know that in the written documentation going back and forth as far as change orders go, has really made it so that there's not a lot of argument about whether or not something was included in the scope, because we've got pictures, backup documents. It's not just walking through the site and going, oh yeah, we need to compensate you guys for that little bit of extra work. It's here's the picture, here's the written showing it wasn't in the scope. But by the time the owners who are working remotely can get together, sometimes that slows it down. So it's a lot of positive and negative back and forth. But one other thing that I will be really interested as far as it goes with owners working with GCs is post riots, how the rebuild affects the contracts that have been signed in opportunity zones, just because a lot of these owners are tied into staying in that location for a really long time. However long their contract, I see I'm not totally up to date on that, but just seeing how needing to rebuild after that large of an insurance claim affects that agreement will be interesting for contractors, real estate alike.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Well, you know, to that end, are you guys seeing some emerging trends in the industry, some stuff from COVID, you know, that'll stick around, or other trends, non-COVID?
Well, as far as our stuff goes, one trend that is extremely positive for us, and I know not super positive for Dan, is the cost of metals right now. Scrap is at an all-time high. Well, not all time, but it's a really great time to sell scrap. But when that happens, Stan knows, not a really great time to buy steel. So it's one hand in the other. If you're tearing the building down, you're getting that great scrap credit, but then you're paying more and waiting longer for your steel. But one of the processes I think that we definitely will keep is we are neighbors with Biff's, the portable toilet company. And we did right away when the COVID procedures came into place, we put hand sanitizer in all of our cube vans, and then the spray disinfectant that they use inside the porta potties to clean everything after they've pumped them out, that is just like a spray on and then dry, but it kills all those germs. We bought a few barrels of that from them right away and put it into pumps for the foreman to have so that we can be disinfecting tools, keeping job sites cleaner. Definitely a lot of that cleanliness factor has been really beneficial for not just the spread of COVID, but also just how we come across as a company and our cleanliness on the job site. We were always known as a very clean demo contractor, but this has really taken it to the next level. And so I think that's something we'll keep in place because it's good for our reputation, good for owners, good for GCs. So our customers like it, and it's not enough of a cost increase to do away with.
Okay, I'll pick up on that then. In my industry, electrical, we're basically mechanics, and we put stuff together. So, and we have thousands and thousands of parts. And so let's talk breakers for a second. So when the COVID hits, Square D shut down their factory. Well, we buy thousands of Square D products per year. So it began where we could still get the products, and then their warehouse started having less and less product, and we're getting it off the shelves of people's houses, or people on the different websites, and then they start drying up, and finally became we can't get that breaker, and the prices went up from, $300 a breaker to $1,000 a breaker for the same breaker. Goes all the way through the whole, every part. Our copper went up, our steel conduit went up, every fastener and piece of our industry went up in price. And a lot of the jobs we were working on, or we had already bid and got the contract, we had it built into the old one. So we took, a hit on that. Again, we had to change who we bought from. We went to a lot of buying lights from the online people instead of the warehouses because we could get them faster. Shipping went way down. I used to be able to order something and be here in 2 days. Now I order something and it's 2 weeks. Because for some reason shipping, I don't know if there's less truck drivers or what, but it slowed that way down. So it did have a pretty devastating effect on us as far as COVID part of it with in-house. It was minor compared to what we dealt with in the field.
I think for us, some of the biggest things that are happening in the industry is prefabrication. You know, the job schedules are expedited so much more now, and owners and GCs are trying to find a way to get everything within that schedule done to expedite it. So one way they're doing is prefabricating of walls, off-site, exterior walls, wall panels that will be built off-site. They are sheathed off-site. So when they come over to the job site, all we're doing is installing these, for instance, say an 8-foot by 10-foot high exterior wall panel, and it's already sheathed. So as soon as those are installed, the building is being closed and encapsulated right away, which is helping the interior trades get in there and the MEPs to be able to start installing their processes. You know, Jeff Hansen also stated the fact that on your earlier panel about the multifamily homes, how they were going from wood framing and the cost of that, how high it was, and how they're trying to change over to metal framing, prefabrication of that. It's falling hand in hand in that. A lot of the medical work, head of wall details for hospitals, the whole panel will be built off-site. All the MEPs will be installed within that head of wall behind hospital beds that are full of med gas, outlets, and everything else, and be installed back on site on the project with all that already installed, which helps expedite the schedule. Another thing that the earlier panel talked about was going paperless. More and more on the job sites now, they're using applications such as Procore and PlanGrid to be able to, whatever changes that are on a job, workers in the field can use their tablets, which we give all of our foremen now, to be able to see all the changes. So there's no changing of paper. It's all done electronically through these applications. I've seen advantages of that and also disadvantages of that. But I see more pros than cons regarding those use of those applications. You know, we also stated, as Ali said, cost of steel. From, I believe it was from November to now, steel has almost gone up for us, lake gauge steel, from almost 60%. I mean, it's crazy what it is. And talking to the steel manufacturers, they're not sure if it's all going to be all the way till third quarter of this year. Those prices are going to hold, and the escalations are going to keep going up each month. So that's a frustrating, trying to incorporate that into costs now and forecast out for a job next year or the year after. It's just part of the challenge that we're facing right now.
So, I mean, with these, you know, sort of seemingly random massive increases in construction material costs, you know, I think we probably have a number of owners on this call. How is it that you guys work with the GC, you know, to convey that information, or what typically happens there? You know, they may see it from the owner GC relationship, but you guys see it from a different angle. What do you do to, you know, help or convey that message?
I think the hardest thing for us is, you know, we help with from the very beginning, from budgeting a project. And next thing you know, we get the final drawing and design. And when that time expanded from when we first started the job to where it is now, steel costs and material costs in general have, you know, increased. For us, the challenge is to be able to incorporate those costs through escalations in our bid and incorporate those. I mean, we can't go back to the owner, say I missed 10 feet of wall. I can't go back to an owner and say, hey, I need 10 feet of wall more because I missed it. Can I please get a change order for that? I wish that would work that way, but it doesn't happen. I mean, they're expecting us, being a trade partner, especially a GC, they trust us to understand what the market is going to be and incorporate those costs into our bid.
Okay. Yeah, it's also very interesting. It sounds like a lot of your building capacities are, you're able to do things faster, but then on the supply side for you, things are moving a lot slower these days. I don't know, if there's any more comments and sort of some trends you're seeing.
I guess I could talk a little bit about, I mean, it's a trend across every industry right now, the working from home, remote working. I think that this is specifically going to impact the construction industry because, and I keep talking about back in 2008, but there was another wave of attempting the work from home and remote working across the board in '08 as a budget cut for a lot of companies to not have a facility that they were paying all the, care and maintenance and rent and everything on. And at that time, the technology just wasn't there. And so then we saw a spike in build outs again, as everybody was moving out. I mean, we were personally white boxing the space, which means we just go in and gut it, get it ready for the next tenant. And then when that spike came back where they were doing the build outs for everyone coming back into the office, the demo work still wasn't there. And we're seeing that happen again, where we're having a lot of white box projects because people are moving to be 100% remote. But the biggest issue that I'm foreseeing with that is that the infrastructure just isn't there. We're scrambling to try to build it, but with people's home internet connections, the oversubscription from companies that have sold them their internet, whichever one you're on, you're oversubscribed. And so if everyone in your neighborhood that has the same internet carrier as you is at home working, you're expecting more bandwidth than what you actually are going to get because they're assuming that not everybody's going to use it at the same time. And sorry if I'm explaining that a little too much, but I know there are some out there that maybe don't understand that that's how it works. And so when you're a company, you buy dedicated bandwidth. And so during COVID, these companies have been assuming that the internet companies are assuming everyone has people working from home. And so they are actually taking the dedicated bandwidth and reallocating it to where they very hardcore oversubscribed. And I've seen that happen in Shakopee in our own office and have been calling and having to fight for our bandwidth back. Just because we were very lucky to have just built our new facility. And we built it for growth. And so we were able to have everyone in separate offices and separated. So we didn't need to worry about, those common work areas that were that high risk situation. And it'll just be interesting to see if we get the funding to expand this infrastructure so that people can continue to work from home, or if we'll see a rush back to offices where then we'll see another spike in that real estate for commercial. But for now, it's, commercial real estate is really suffering, especially in downtown offices, which is where we used to have a bulk of our work. And it's just companies aren't as interested in being located in the heart of downtown anymore.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how that evolves over time. And so we have a question about technology. Dan, I know you had mentioned a bit about the prefab, but are you guys seeing anything about how technology is changing the way people are interacting on the job site and or your specific area of work?
I can take that one.
Okay.
When I started in the field, I had a pager and I had to go find a phone to make a call back to the office. When I set of prints, it was wait till we get them copied and Xeroxed and we'll get them over to you as soon as possible. Now I can send my guys in the field prints like right now, and they can open up on their tablets and zoom in, and we can talk on the phone at the same time or talk off his tablet. It's we got FaceTime. I use that all the time. guys out in the field can't find something, or he takes his phone and he turns it around and until he sees what he's looking at, and he says, you know, what should I do about this? And then I can explain to him what he needs to do. And it's, I mean, it's pretty amazing. Technology in the office, we got BIM. So we can see conflicts in the building of a building after we design it. We put it into the BIM model, it's a 3D. They can tell if my light fixtures are going to be in the way of the HVAC or the plumbing. So that's, you know, that's pretty amazing. And that's been coming up over, you know, many years. Recently, we've been learning the lean program through the GCs. Have been putting on some pretty good shows about that, and you can join that online also, about how to run a job. So the technology's there. We gained more this year of actually, we're forced to use more of it this year. And I'm hoping that moving forward, we stay in that same trajectory as keep using that technology, whether COVID goes away or, you know, or when it goes away, keep that and keep our own insight of how the COVID technology works. So if something else comes along, we're not reinventing the wheel again. We can pull off of that and say, remember last time, this is what we're going to do. And hopefully our government will do the same thing and be more prepared.
Yeah, absolutely. As far as our labor force goes, we're seeing a continued increase in the labor eliminating equipment, and along that goes hand in hand with just more safety focused equipment that we're using. So, I mean, we're looking at equipment that's a lot more ergonomical, as far as just different harnesses that help take the weight off of the guys when they're saw cutting for walls, electric wheelbarrows so that they're not having to use all that force to push some heavy debris. They can just kind of push a button and move along with that. Ride on carts, electric wheelbarrows. In our excavation division, there are just leaps and bounds that have been made with utilizing GPS to just connect with the equipment so that you're actually just hitting grade within probably 1/10 of an inch. And it just gets to the point where the guys are just pushing the joystick forward and the blade's doing exactly what it needs to do, or the bucket, to reach what the plan says because of the 3D modeling. And you couple that with the GPS, set up your anchor points, and it's almost like playing a video game, trying to grade a new site or dig a pool or dig a basement footings. And it's been really interesting to see that continue to evolve. And we're just really focusing on training our current workforce on these things so that we can just keep doing more with less labor force, because as hard as we're trying to recruit new labor, it's not happening as quickly as it needs to. And so we really are focusing in our area on compensating with technology for that gap.
Wow. Dan, do you have anything interesting technology wise in your world that hasn't been mentioned?
I think the biggest thing for us is prefabrication. I mean, we've reached out to trade partners that we're starting to incorporate panelization with. We're currently doing a couple projects now utilizing that. And I think the hardest part is just from the field, going from stick framing a project to now already coming out or fully assembled and just erecting these panels. But the process, you know, it's something new. And the guys will learn in time how this is done, but they see the benefits of it. Projects are cleaner, they're more precise, they're safer. And that's obviously key for all of us, is obviously what do we want to do? We want to go home at the end of the day. So technology is definitely helping us there. Tools are more automated now. Before we used to have taping tools that we had did things applied by hand. Now they're pneumatic. So there's things that are helping make a job go faster. Technology is definitely a plus in our industry. But the problem, again, we're falling back into is the workforce. It's hard to have the foreman or the older generation within the workforce incorporate these new technologies that it's hard for change. Where the younger workforce are like, oh, this is fantastic. You give them a tablet and they're all over it. You give one of the older foremen, they're like, what do I do with this? Where's my set of paper prints? So it's a challenge, but it's definitely best for the industry.
Definitely agreed, Dan. I think the only technological advancement we've put into the field that our aging workforce was really on board with was the electric wheelbarrow. That one nobody fought.
If I can mention one more thing, Nick, before we take off. In our business, we have the nice opportunity that our jobs can't be sent to China or elsewhere in the world. They're right here in Minnesota. You can't build a house in Malaysia, send it over here and plop it on a piece of land and then go and sell it. The negative side is we have to rely on the people that here that know how to do that stuff. So we have to bring in people that are willing to do this job and stuff. The negative part of, well, there is part of that in the real estate world that I've just found out is they're building a lot of modular homes in factories. They're going to build a factory in the Twin Cities here very soon. I'm bidding on the project, so wish me luck on that. But they're going to be building these modular homes in the factory and then rolling them out to a lot and plopping them down. Of course, you'll be able to sell those houses in the future, but that's another part of technology that's going to affect our world and in the real estate world. So.
Well, they did actually just finish one of those in St. Paul, and it didn't meet spec. And so I think we're going to be going back in to tear out all the stuff that just got built up. But so, it's making adjustments and trying to still either update specs so that it's understandable that this new process will work, or it'll be interesting to see the challenges and the trial and error because it's already happening.
No doubt about it. And I don't know, folks, if you have a closing comment for any of the attendees. I think, you got about 40 seconds to share it. If not, we'll thank the folks and make way for the next panel.
Just stay safe. Safety first.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us.
Thanks, everybody. Learn from what we did in 2020, make 2021 even stronger.
Hey, that sounds good. Well, thank you guys, Allie, Dan, and Todd, so much for your insights and expertise. And thanks Real Estate Journal. And then I guess, kudos to all those that have just been working so hard to adapt and build and work through these tough times. Have a great day, everybody.
Yeah, I like Dan's comment. Can't get rid of 2020 fast enough. Let's just forget about all of that. Take the lessons we learned and move on. All right. Well, thanks, panel. If you're on the next panel, now would be a good time to activate your camera. I think I turned one person's camera off, so I want to make sure, Scott, that you're able to come back here.
Yeah, that was me. I got sent to the naughty bin, I guess, here.
Yeah,
all right.
I'm bringing you back. Just hang tight. Let's see if that works.
I've got more of a radio face anyways, so that's okay.
Well, join the club.
Don't we all?
Great.
Let me just go back here, show you this lobby again, everybody. So if you look on your screen now, you can see this is our virtual lobby. So you should be connecting with Scott Lang here by clicking this LinkedIn button. It's the best we can do to network at these events. So reach out and talk to these people. And also you can see who was on that last panel, what they did, and who's on the upcoming panels. So I wanted to point that out to y'all, make sure you're making use of that. If you're all ready to go, I see wait a minute, am I missing one?
Looks like it.
Dave, Alex, Scott, Mark. Where is Mark?
Missing a Mark.
Okay, well, I'm going to let you guys go on and we'll try to troubleshoot Mark and figure out where he's at.
Okay, that sounds
Go ahead,
good.
Scott.
Well, I've got the pleasure here of being the moderator for this group. I had a really nice time just sitting back and listening to this group. There's some nice different perspectives and a lot of expertise and talent within this panel. So I'm really looking forward to presenting for you guys. So my name is Scott Lang. I'm an audit senior manager with Whipley. I work exclusively in the construction industry. I have clients in Wisconsin, Iowa, and Minnesota. So some of you might recognize my face. 3 years ago, I think I might have put you to sleep as we talked about ASC 606 and the new revenue standard that was taking the construction industry by wave. So this one's going to be a lot more upbeat, a lot more applicable to your everyday operations. So my hope is that as we're going through this and the topics that we're uncovering, you're sitting there thinking of that specific project that has been maybe a thorn in your side. And the experts on this panel are really going to be able to help you draw some examples and maybe some advice through those challenging topics. So maybe what I'll do here, I'll kick it over to the panelists here. They can do an introduction of themselves. And then I'll kind of jump into what we're going to be running through here today. So Alex, I'll start with you.
Thank you. I'm a colleague of Scott's at Whipley. My background is construction scheduling services, and litigation services on the construction side. I'm an Iowa State grad, so I think there have been a couple other cyclones on the presentation today, and have been working in and around the sort of Twin Cities construction market and then kind of across the globe on various consulting projects for the last 10 years. Thanks, Scott.
All right. Mark, we got you.
All right, glad to be on.
Kick off your introduction here.
Sure. Again, I'm Mark Carpenter. I work for PCL Construction. PCL is a general contractor, top 10 E&R contractor. I work in the Minneapolis district. Some of our more notable projects are Mall of America and the recently opened rental car center and Silver Ramp at the MSC Airport. I've been planning and scheduling since around 2009. 7 of those years were spent constructing, heavy civil, power generation, and building projects. And then 5 of those years I spent consulting in, creating, managing, reviewing, and analyzing schedules. In my current role as district scheduler at PCL, I focus primarily on the creation of schedules, training, project oversight, standardization, and then if need be, claim development. And then I'm also leading the charge for technology adoption and integration at the Minneapolis district.
Great, thank you. Julia, how about you?
Good morning. My name is Julia Douglas. I am a shareholder with the law firm of Fabianski, Westra, Hart & Thompson here in Minneapolis. I, for the last 10 years, have been practicing in the area of construction litigation. And so I typically get involved when projects go south and disputes arise. But in addition to litigating, I also draft, negotiate, and manage a fair amount of construction contracts, employment agreements, and other related type documents.
Thank you, Julia. Dave?
Thanks, Scott. So Dave Hedinger with Entropy. So my background is analyzing problem projects, so helping owners and contractors recover from cost overruns and delays. Been fortunate in my career to learn from experiences with about half of the top 20 contractors in some capacity, but also many of the top AEC players as well. I started Entropy though, actually in the wake of COVID, to help those same client types leverage their data and technology to essentially guard against problem projects. So essentially pulling that knowledge forward in the process to help with planning and overall strategy. So excited to be here. Thanks for having me and looking forward to the discussion.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I think it's been pretty well documented that 2020 has tipped everyone on their head, from accountants doing a Zoom call to a number of people with their dog snoring in the background. So hopefully y'all can't hear that, to construction projects just going sideways, very turbulent environment. And, when we think about the things we can do to mitigate these types of issues, there's two things we're really going to fall back on. We're going to fall back on the relationships that we've developed within the industry, and then also the contracts that we've entered into. So Rich Jacobson from Kraus and Jeff Hansen both spoke earlier about, the significant impact and changes that they have experienced throughout the pandemic earlier today. They talked about some of the leading factors that have led to their success and their continued operations, or, scheduling, focusing on the critical path, and then also focusing on contract language. So that's really what our discussion is going to be focused on here today. What types of mitigating factors can be put in place while projects are in process? And then on the front end, negotiations, what type of contract language can you put into your contracts to protect yourself and your project? So we'll dive into it here. And so, like I said earlier, we're really hoping that these discussion items are really going to drill in and relate closely, so that it's going to hit home and you can find some value in it. So first question here I'm going to raise. So during the contract negotiations, what specific type of contract language do you find useful for addressing disputes proactively? And if we get a little bit more in the weeds, more specifically, what are the best practices related to notice provisions in your opinion? Mark, maybe I can kick it over to you first.
Sure. I guess the one thing that I particularly key in on, and I think all contracts should include, is language on TIAs, or time impact analyses. And for those of you that aren't aware of what a time impact analysis is, it's very simple. You take the last submitted schedule update. Hopefully it was an approved schedule update. You plug in the delay that's now in question, and you let the software basically calculate the delay to your project milestones. This is generally the industry best.
I think you might have gone on mute there, Mark.
Or unplugged headphones.
Yeah, or unplugged headphones.
Well, here, I'll pick it up while Mark sees if he can get that connected, because he's right. From a consultant side, when we see TIAs that were built contemporaneously. Oh, you're good. I'll let you kick it back. Oh, no. We can hear you, Mark. We can hear you. Now he can't hear us.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, we can.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Little technical difficulty. I'll just start over I don't know if I got cut off there or not, but one of the key things that I look for in any contract is language on TIAs, or time impact analyses. For those of you that don't know what that is, it's very simple. You take the last submitted update, hopefully it was an approved update. You insert the delay in question, and then you let the software calculate the delay to your project milestones. It is the industry best practice for calculating delay at the time of a delay, or at the time of impact. If you're years or months down the road, not as helpful. I'm sure some of the other people on the call can go more into that. But the process can usually be performed in a matter of minutes. And if you have a high quality schedule, it makes the process much, much easier. As an aside, review of project schedules is best done by a trained scheduler or schedule consultant. And that usually involves performing certain tests on an electronic schedule file. So you should require your contractors to submit that schedule file each month with their schedule update. That's a really good practice. And having a robust schedule quality specification can help give that schedule reviewer the leverage required to force your contractor into making the required changes to make the schedule calculate and move correctly and overall be a good model of what your project plan. If you don't have a good quality schedule specification right now, some schedule specifications that I have found useful in my steps in my career, the Michigan DOT and the Indiana DOT have a pretty robust but not overly burdensome schedule specifications. So if you want to start developing that, that's a good place to start looking.
I can build off of that too. I think agree with what Mark said on the scheduling front, and I'll defer to Julia to comment on notice in some specific language. But one area that I think within contracts that is really an opportunity for parties is documentation. Most contracts include general language about, periodic reporting or monthly reports. Some of the specs that Mark is talking about on the scheduling side, may go as far as saying you need to use Primavera or some other CPM critical path method schedule. But beyond that, they're not oftentimes specific about which tools are the parties going to use. So sometimes you have, the official schedule and then you've got another schedule, right? And there's confusion amongst the parties as to what's the truth and what's reality. So I think if you can do that, obviously you're negotiating lots of other things with the contract. So sometimes that type of thing is an afterthought. But I do think it's an opportunity, especially in sort of the post-COVID environment, to get parties on the same page. The other thing I would say is, even if it's not something you can, work into a contract, I think the idea of contractors and subcontractors and even owners really having a documentation strategy internally, to prepare yourself for either affirmative claims or obviously something that might come your way. And while I am a huge fan of technology and I think it can do great things, I'm not a big fan of pushing technology on, onto teams, onto people. So two quick things I would just say, that I think could help facilitate that discussion and selection process is, one, what are some pain points that project teams experience? So filling out a handwritten daily report at the end of a long day, might be burdensome to try and get everything in there. So looking for opportunities that sort of reduce that friction. And then the second is blind spots. So, project teams are generally very good at knowing sort of the status of things, at what they can see and hear. But I think addressing the things that, are maybe outside of the current view, and then looking for technologies, even latent technologies that sort of work in the background to keep tabs on those things, can certainly be, proactive, at least in addressing disputes from the start. So.
One of the contract hobby horses that I have that I really think is good is an agreed upon weather days built into the schedule. This is something that I think the Army Corps kind of leads on, but you'll see schedules where there's oftentimes, just a single table, 12 months, number of weather days allowed per month, and a relatively discrete explanation for what counts as a weather day. I've seen a lot of instances in litigation where people are performing sort of ad hoc after the fact weather analyses, trying to figure out exactly how many days were lost, because there is some vague description of what counts as weather, but when push comes to shove, there's absolute disagreement over what did or didn't count as a weather day. So that's just something that I think can be really, really explicit. And I would encourage people to sort of go after, because it gives you a non-argumentative starting point. And then to the extent you allow for, 4 days of rain in, May potentially, it's a lot easier to point out if you have, 17 days of rain over a set amount. It becomes quite a bit more objective on that front. On the notice provision, one thing I will just say is I've seen in litigation where notice provisions and the steps that you have to take to essentially meet the requirement of providing notice of an issue is so complicated that, Contractors Counsel has a hard time following it. So I always encourage a notice provision that's clear, but maybe, not a 10-step process, such that your field team can actively really take advantage of it. Because if a notice provision gets too burdensome, it sometimes just gets left by the wayside, and that just means you're not communicating about issues proactively.
So taking a little bit of a step back here, I think what you're hearing from all of my co-panelists is just how important contracting proactively and thoughtfully can be to setting expectations for a particular project and helping mitigate potential issues, whether it's with ambiguity or frankly dispute from the get-go. And so my job as a lawyer who drafts these things and helps you negotiate these things is to make sure that there's an agreement between the parties as to what these expectations are, and to help contractors help their teams, frankly, learn what they need to do in order to best preserve claims. And so when we talk about notice provisions, we're talking about three components, essentially. First, it's the notice itself, the substance of the notice itself. What is the issue? What is the potential claim? The other part of a notice provision that's really valuable and useful is obviously the timing, how quick you've got to alert an owner, or if you're a sub, a GC. And then finally, the manner in which you have to do it. There are so many cases in the courts where the notice provision is written in a way that purposefully makes contractors have to jump through hoops. It may have to be sent only via certified mail, for example. So in that case, email wouldn't be sufficient, or it has to be directed to a specific individual. And so when you're looking at contracts, when you're getting ready to start these projects, it's really important that you've got a really good grasp as to what you and your project team need to do in order to effectuate that notice. And it all comes down to communication on these projects. And I was joking with these guys earlier this week. I will review contracts for clients, and they will have all sorts of questions about change order provisions or indemnity provisions. And they'll just completely skip by the notice provisions. And in some cases, those notice provisions are tight. It's 24 hours, it's 48 hours. And, we have to sit down and talk about what is required, what can be done within a certain amount of time. And especially now after 2020, in addition to that notice, you want to be explicitly clear as to what you need to provide notice for. So Alex was talking about weather days. I've had a lot of clients when we talk about timing or weather. We've talked a lot about COVID shutdowns, COVID impacts to workforce. And unfortunately here in Minneapolis, issues related to either labor supplies or access due to the riots too. And so companies and contractors specifically are being forced to really rethink how they can set forth expectations and provide themselves relief through their contracting. And I think whether you do it through notice or you do it through some of the substantive scheduling or documentation concerns, taking a proactive approach to contracting is so vital in helping ensure that you really mitigate your risk of disputes, that you increase your communication with your partners, and that you're able to complete your job successfully.
Yeah, that was the thing that I really took away from it, is mainly the communication. It's like it never hurts to over communicate that, hey, we may have an issue coming up here, and an issue might not even come to fruition, but it's something to make your owner cognizant of and aware of throughout. So very good input, everyone. Thank you very much. Something that we're seeing a lot with our clients and their competition within the market is that they're seeing a lot of other contractors come into their space, right? And people are trying and divulging on new projects that they've maybe never done before. So major competition within the space, tightening gross margins, but also a risk for everyone, a risk for the contract owners, a risk for the contractor actually doing the new work. So let's run through an example. A client is starting a project that includes at least one major scope that is new to you or their contractor, either in construction techniques or materials. All right. How do you approach this project differently? Maybe kick it over to Dave.
Yeah, it's a good question because I think it cuts both ways, right? You know, when you're doing something new, it presents obviously tremendous opportunity, you know, to expand capabilities, enter a new market, do something different, create some sort of competitive advantage. But like you said, also comes with some significant risk. So I'm sure there are lots of examples of materials, but I'll sort of frame this in the sense of construction techniques. And one that I'm familiar with is modular, you know, construction. So modular, depending on what articles you read, has had some ups and downs. Certainly, you know, there are probably the biggest traction or the most traction in, you know, sort of hospitality, multifamily, and you know, healthcare, where it's been, you know, used very successfully. And there's also a lot of stories of specialty subcontractors, you know, in particular, who've invested a tremendous amount in an offsite prefabrication process that really works. And you know, pulling back the curtain on that and being able to see what all went into that, right? It goes beyond just buying into a concept. So I think if you're going to realize the gains of, you know, on schedule, like, you know, that you read about in kind of the McKinsey articles, you know, that doesn't come without a significant upfront investment. And the risk side of it is, you know, sometimes things like modular construction just sort of amplify your losses potentially. You're doing things in parallel from a schedule standpoint that maybe previously, you know, had been a little bit simpler. Again, it can bring tremendous benefit, but I think, you know, parties need to be realistic about, you know, the potential losses and the significance of those going beyond just direct costs, right? Those are some of the easy things to quantify. But things like delay related costs, you know, indirect costs, those things start to add up certainly on the delay standpoint. But I'd be curious too to hear, you know, some Mark's perspective and others on kind of that, the upfront planning piece. So
Sure. I'd jump in on modular, but you know, with modular construction, you're really just essentially lengthening the supply chain for that particular piece of construction. You're changing from a more labor or resource driven schedule to a more complex set of sequences with these various pinch points. So a lot of focus needs to be given to standardization, cycle times, shifts, constraints, and conveyance. These are all things that need to be planned out very well. In my opinion, some might have another opinion, but a well-defined scope and an extra rigor on the design side is really imperative for modularization, because of those handoffs, that if you miss one of those or miss a series of those, it has this ripple effect through your schedule, and you'll end up losing most, if not all, of the gains that you made by modularization. Dave mentioned that, you know, the stakes are a bit higher. You know, I guess personally, I wouldn't assume the first time that you modularize something that you're actually going to see a time savings. I just don't think it's not realistic. The supply chain that you're setting up does require some practice, so to speak. I guess a good analogy is a stick-built shoring system versus like a gang shoring system. The stick-built usually will go faster the first time, but the gang system will take longer the first lift, but you'll start realizing those lifts on subsequent, or realizing those gains on subsequent lifts. But to address like any new techniques in general, anytime that cost certainty is a high priority, my feeling is that, you know, construction manager at risk delivery method, which is PCL's preferred delivery method, where you select your general contractor early in the development phase. That general contractor can provide you, you know, with regular cost estimates if need be, can provide you with a schedule, can provide, you know, strategies to value engineer, and give time for those strategies to be worked through the design. That's probably the biggest component there. But that also provides a pretty healthy amount of competition at the sub-trades level.
Mm-hmm. I think on the dispute side, something we see when there's a really specific and complex portion of the project is especially if it's something that is new to a firm, is you have to be, or you have to take the extra effort to really delineate out what that looks like in your schedule, in your budgets, because anything you're kind of getting into for the first time, you want to have sort of a much more drilled down look at what the performance is in real time, because you've got something that you're just not as familiar with. And if something's going wrong, if you're starting to experience delays, you're starting to experience small cost overruns, you're going to want to address those as soon as possible. The other thing that protects you then is that on the back end, if you attempt some portion of your, let's say it's a specific concrete construction technique, and you have the specialty work delineated out, but it's heavily reliant on a very specific design, and you realize that design was adequate to get started, but you ended up doing nothing but RFIs every day of the project to try and get clarity on it, and you're saying this ended up being a huge problem for us. Once you get into the dispute phase, to have your cost appropriately tracked to work that is impacted by that specialty scope makes quantifying your actual damages a lot more precise. And when it comes to sort of prevailing in the dispute sphere, precision in the quantification is a huge component of it. So if it is something that you're new to, give it enough attention early on that you really know what you think it's going to take to do it, so you can track against that appropriately.
So jumping off of what Alex said, I think from your legal perspective or your legal risk perspective, whenever you're faced with a prospect and frankly the opportunity to dive into something new or bigger, what happens, or what is most important, is to really focus in on what your scope of work is. Some of it has to deal certainly with making sure that you understand the schedule, potential cost overruns. But what comes up most often in my line of work is misconceptions about what that scope of work actually entails. So for example, from the contractor side, you want to take a really good line by line look at that scope, at the relevant specifications, to make sure that you understand what your obligations are, especially if you're performing work that you are just simply not familiar with. By way of example, with contractors, one of the things that often winds up just frankly biting them later is if, in the specifications, they didn't review it closely enough and there's some aspect of delegated design for them. It serves to really trip them up, and it greatly increases the cost of the project, and it often inevitably leads to delay. Similar issues can arise when VE options are considered and put in, and so it's incumbent on you as you take advantage of these opportunities to really make sure that you understand what it is you're signing up for. And if there is any question whatsoever about what a particular specification means, making sure that you get appropriate guidance from the design team ahead of time before you go down the rabbit hole and wind up in a position that you simply don't want to be in.
And I think we focused a lot of that on contractors, but I know there's not just contractors on here. It's, nobody wants to get into a dispute, and it behooves developers and subcontractors as well, when you guys all understand there's some technical thing that's new, to get really clarified agreement on how it's going to be performed. Because in the end, everybody's going for the same thing. It's a successful project. You don't want to find yourself in a position where you're sort of saying, well, that's their problem, because then that means you're going to have to pay potential litigation fees down the end, or down at the end of the project, because they're not going to agree that it was their problem. So it's still, problem solving, communication. Like, the end result is trying to avoid these disputes if at all possible.
One other quick comment to sort of go back to looking upon doing something new is sort of could be a very positive thing, right? Because there's obviously, we've established that it cuts both ways, but I mentioned, it can be a competitive advantage if that becomes an opportunity for a contractor or subcontractor. I know of several situations where, a specialty sub has become, the resident expert in something because they've dug into it, they've needed to, and then, even owners coming back and relying on, subcontractor partnerships to execute projects. The other thing is sometimes these new opportunities, like going to modular or offsite prefabrication, have led to the development of necessary technologies, right, in-house that contractors need to be able to use to deliver that successfully. And that's become, for some, a commercialized product that they can actually sell to others. It doesn't fall exactly in line with the modular side, but PCL has done that, with the Job Site Insights platform. But on the subject of modular, there's other examples of the same, using that new opportunity to develop something that, is better than what anybody else has out there, and then turn it to another, revenue stream. So.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to run to another example that I'm certain we've all been a part of. So, maybe we're the GC within a project and we're self-performing. We're a little bit behind on a portion of the project, or maybe we've got a sub that's falling behind. Maybe for a number of reasons, maybe manpower specifically, manpower just isn't there. But concurrently with that, we've got a design change. So we got to resequence things. How would you guys go about documenting, communicating, and negotiating in these circumstances?
I'll jump on that one. I guess the first thing that I personally would do is try and separate out the affected portion of the work from the unaffected portions of the work. So that might include, breaking out schedule activities if they're grouped together in certain areas, creating separate cost codes for the impacted work. Create time impact analyses where applicable. That's not always applicable, or will give a correct output when you have a productivity issue or a lack of manpower issue. But it's also going to be incredibly important to keep really accurate actuals in your schedule, and that would include schedule delays, right? So as delays are happening, make sure you're putting them in your schedule and linking them properly. That's going to give a better overall picture when you look at it a week or 2 weeks or a month or a year from now. If possible, it's not always possible, but you should try and measure some productivity differences between, impacted versus unimpacted areas of the work, but of similar scope. That way you can perform some sort of measured mild analysis, which is essentially just taking a look at two portions of work of similar scope and size, look at the time difference, assuming they had the same productivity or manpower issues. The difference in that would be the design delay or a resequence issue. So that's what I would do.
So Mark, is this something that you can just pick up and do in your side time or the PMs can just pick up and do whenever, or is this a pretty detailed process?
It does require a little bit of skill, but I think that's a pretty common thing in PM, setting up separate cost codes, breaking out schedule activities. That's something that we teach our superintendents a lot about. Our superintendents operate our schedules at PCL primarily. Measuring productivity impacts, that can be more difficult. It does maybe requires, somebody maybe job shadowing for a day or two to try and figure out, this person's got to go and do this over here now. And, now the HVAC contractor is getting in the way of the electrical contractor because we had to resequence. We'd never done that before. It's going to take them twice as long. But our project teams are generally trained in that sort of to recognize where there might be a conflict or might be a productivity issue. And they need to do their best to try and separate that out.
I think this is the type of dispute question that gets into some of the hairiest things that happen in construction. And this one, you're thinking concurrent delay. So you've got a real argument that you and or your subcontractor might be one issue, and a design partner who might have a contractual relationship with the owner or the other issue. One of the things that happens when this gets really messy and you think you have some exposure is kind of similar to something that happens in the notice provision process too, which is it's really good to recognize when something has escalated to a real a real issue and it can't be dealt with just as an informal negotiation in the field. So in your notice provisions, I think you should be comfortable escalating things to the right people to try to get something dealt with earlier instead of later. And in this, if you have a problem where you're finding yourself, saying, well, they're going to have to pay us for this and we're putting some numbers together, but they're rough. We don't really know how they work. I don't think you should be afraid, especially if your project team is slammed with dealing with the impacts of this and keeping the work going, to either, bring in resources from your home office or bring in an independent consultant, somebody who can help build out a framework that's essentially built around the idea of a potential future dispute. But that requires recognizing when you've got an issue that does not have an easy solution and needs to be sort of escalated, because the earlier you do it, the better position you'll be in to actually create that document record that you can stand on if it doesn't get settled out.
So I don't know what you're talking about, Scott. This never happens on projects, right? Where there's 2 or more things going on. It happens all the time. And, unfortunately, I mean, both answers so far, and I'm sure Julia would talk about the same from a forensic standpoint, but, there's seldom a sort of good or obvious way to separate these impacts, right? And the biggest one, obviously, is COVID, right, from last year. I mean, we're going to be hearing about COVID impacts and trying to separate them from, impacts unrelated to COVID for, unfortunately, potentially years to come in terms of, court cases and disputes and things like that. I would say, though, to your point, this builds off of what Mark was saying, but if it's during the course of construction and, you're really forced to work with what you have, luckily, no matter what level of sophistication you're at as a contractor, most job cost systems would allow you to, create a new code and track costs that way. But I think it goes back to my earlier point about sort of the documentation strategy, having that up front, knowing what those tools are, to be able to plan for situations like this. And then, as Mark was talking about, being able to point those things in the right direction, to be able to track things contemporaneously is a huge advantage later. The other point you mentioned, though, is just subcontractor falling behind in general. That, to me, triggers, tracking progress or, progress tracking and what tools are out there. On the technology side, there are loads of new products and solutions coming out, that exist today, but are also in development on a wide range of again, levels of sophistication. If you don't have a site camera, that is out there, time lapse, and allows you to sort of jump back in time, you might be at a disadvantage, when you're trying to sort of distinguish or argue over sort of facts, right, as far as where progress was at various points in time. Oxblue and Sincera systems are a couple examples of pretty widely used products. But again, that's low engagement, but potentially high return. On the other end of the spectrum, for sort of much more sophisticated or cutting edge, is this idea of reality capture, which is essentially, putting a 360 camera on a hard hat and letting a project engineer walk the job, and it records visual progress. It leverages computer vision technology, which is not the same thing, but similar to how sort of Google Images works, where you search a cat and then it gives you 1,000 pictures of cats. Some of the roadmap for products today are looking at teaching the computer to literally recognize duct being installed versus drywall, to help be able to sort of jump back in time and look at those things contemporaneously. Open space instruction side are two, some of the leaders in that space, but there are others. But I know of stories from contractors using those things literally in meetings to pull up what it looked like at the time, and sort of cut through the clutter, right, of he said, she said, and it gets back to this theme of sort of creating ground truth, agreeing upon a common set of facts. Those to me are the things that you can do contemporaneously to give yourself the best chance of resolving it before it gets too bad.
So just to sort of tie up this one, I think whenever you've got a concurrent delay on the project, you've got to go back to your contract, right? And I know that I sound like a broken record, but as a lawyer, that happens more often than not, I'm afraid. And the thing to remember right now is that as people draft and negotiate contracts, you really do have to think about who is going to own the risk of this type of concurrent delay. And in some instances, it's more than one party. But you need to go back first to the contract to see where the risk is, where your potential exposure is, where those notice provisions come in. From a potential litigation standpoint, I think that potentially bringing on someone like Alex, depending on what kind of level of problem we're talking about, is a really good way to start segregating those costs and segregating the claims, especially if, there is multiple levels of delay. And again, when it comes time to that dispute resolution process, I can't emphasize enough the importance of communication, both upstream and down, as to what is happening, what you're doing to resolve it, because again, impressions and optics matter too. And doing your best to make sure that you can parse out and tell the story you need to. And that's where the documentation that Dave was talking about comes into how your team uses that communication, how they're able to develop a narrative that hopefully will get you relief once this event has been thoroughly investigated and analyzed.
Excellent, thank you. Julia, sorry, I feel like we kept saving you for the last. Is that kind of how your life feels? Like people bring
It
it to
often
you at the
is,
very
but
end?
it's fine.
Okay, and you got to clean up everyone's mess.
Closer is the most important role.
Exactly.
Yeah, you've got the last word. Good deal.
It's a chance for all of us to say something and then the lawyer to say, well, not exactly.
Yeah, exactly. The wise one in the group here. All right. So we do have a question from the chat group. Do we want to try and answer that if I read it out here? So
sure.
This one's from Paul. Some modular companies provide and recommend using their own GC versus owner having a separate one for oversight, especially on-site preparation. Seems like a good way to avoid possible finger pointing later on in disputes. Do you see this as being the most common approach? Thoughts?
Well, I think maybe it was a little pointed at me. I haven't necessarily seen those types of things play out here. I wouldn't say it's the most common approach. It could be a strategy if you really trust your modularization company to improve communication, improve that plan that I was discussing. If they have a comfort level with that particular GC, maybe that GC is providing crane service in certain amounts of labor. It could be a useful strategy is to, kind of let your modularization company drive the bus a little bit. Typically the roles are reversed. And typically it's an owner comes up with an idea and the GC says, I want to modularize this.
Mm-hmm.
But like I say, if it's something that you've done before and you think that, and you trust your modularization company, go for it.
I think the relationship there and maybe the nuance to it is it depends on if it's a modularized project or a project with a modularized component. If it's a project that's essentially rising and falling on modularization, I think it makes a lot of sense to pursue someone who's got either an existing relationship or a recommendation. But if it's a project that has a unique modularized component, then one, that might not be possible. And two, that gets into what we were discussing a little bit as well, which is when, essentially there's a different risk behind someone who's very experienced in modularization versus a contractor or subcontractor or owner who's sort of breaking into that space and sort of the ways they can alleviate some of that risk. And one of the ways you can alleviate it is finding the most experienced party to do whatever that scope is. But it's not always gonna be the case because there's always new parties looking to enter certain service lines, essentially.
Well, and I would add that, and I'll be curious to hear what Julia says about sort of contracts and the way that they're structured, because I think that two thoughts on this. One is there are companies out there that are purely, the value add is we do modular, right? And I'm not kidding, you get through an entire pitch presentation, you say, okay, that sounds great. Who are you? Are you the general contractor? Are you a supplier? So there does tend to be sort of confusion when you're disrupting, some standard sort of contractual relationships. But the other thing I would say on the heels of the comment about relationships is I'm well aware of examples of owners establishing a very close relationship with a subcontractor. So example of, healthcare owner, MEP subcontractor who's delivered time and time again for them. Being that one that's just a given on a project, that's who they're going to use. And they know their process. They're involved up front in the design. They're sitting in the design phase to, be able to kind of point things out that could be troublesome later. So again, I'll defer to Julia on sort of how that all ends up, working from a contractual standpoint. But I think it certainly could be, a good opportunity to bring that expertise in, as early as possible. And so you're not dealing with it after, having set up the contracts and the like.
Yeah, and I mean, you're right, Dave. I think especially if the owner's got a relationship with the company and the company has a particular expertise, then it can make a lot of sense. As a contractor working under that type of arrangement, though, you want to make sure that your contract is very clear as to what your role is and what your potential exposure is. My concern coming in as a contractor, if the modular company is going to have their own GC, is you don't want to ultimately be on the hook for any of their screw ups or wind up in a position, and I promise I won't talk too much about indemnity, where you're indemnifying the owner because of somebody they chose screwing up, right? So again, I think the best thing you can do is we, continue to move through this weird, tumultuous construction season is to be really focused on what your contractual obligations are, what your potential exposure is, because the more upfront you are about those expectations, the more you understand what your ultimate obligations and responsibilities are, upstream and down, the better you're going to be in a position to really advocate for yourself if you get put there. But again, it really should mitigate the issues that can arise in these types of new and developing situations. And that's why, Mark mentioned earlier, contract delivery methods and CM at risk. It's why increasingly in our construction world, contractors are pulling from a variety of different project delivery methods so that you can come up with a contract that really does set the right expectation and protect the parties in the ways in which they can and want to be protected. And I think that's why it is so important to take the time and make the investment to make sure that you really, really have the right setup and structure that you want for these projects as they go forward and continue to be more complicated.
Yep.
Great. Well, I think we've hit our time. Todd, is the next group ready, or maybe any other questions? Or are we good?
I see him in the lobby here, Scott and Jerry. There's Scott. Well, hey, that was a great panel, Scott Lang. Thank you. That was very informative, and you guys kept the pace up too. Sometimes when you start talking legal, I think people tend to fall asleep. So I really appreciate that.
We agree wholeheartedly. So.
Oh, come on.
Well, look, I love it as a former attorney, but I've sat through a lot of CLE and CE, so it's good that you kept it lively. Really appreciate it. Much appreciated. Okay, gentlemen, you look like you're ready to go. No issues.
I'm good. Can you hear us?
Yep.
Excellent.
Okay.
Can you see the PowerPoint?
Thanks,
Todd?
everyone.
Yep, we can. And
Excellent.
so that last panel, if you want to turn your camera and mic off, you can stick around. Otherwise, I'll turn it off for you. All right. Scott, Jerry, if you have any issues, just holler at me and I'll be here to help.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep. I think you got 30 minutes.
Okay. Well, welcome everybody. And hey, Todd, thank you. Thank you to Minnesota Real Estate Journal for inviting Jerry and I to participate in your event today and talk about a couple, one major topic that we're very engaged in as we move forward here. And I know on the agenda, we have a title that talks about lost margin in the shadows of the construction industry. And then when my screen pops up, everyone's looking at this title going, addressing worker well-being and suicide prevention in construction. And so, we want to take things, from the industry, looking at the safety piece. Our contractors, our subcontractors are extremely engaged, very sophisticated on safety programs and looking at different things out in the industry. But we want to tie in a topic that most people probably don't have a lot of knowledge about, maybe little education, maybe have started to hear Seen some articles out there, have seen some things on LinkedIn with some people talking about this topic. But we really want to take it and show you what it means in the overall grand scheme of things of construction, particularly when we're looking at numbers. We're seeing construction companies do really well on TIR rates and DART rates and pre-qualification rates and experience mods and all that kind of stuff. But we're not seeing that same correlation as we move forward in those numbers over to what we call those catastrophic injuries, $50,000, $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 losses, injuries, equipment damage, property losses, those things. So we want to just take the few minutes we have. We're going to pack a lot of stuff in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, so we can leave a little bit of time for questions. And we'll proceed from there. But anyway, so I'm going to punch this up and get it down. Really quick introduction. My camera's the thing's all screwed up here. So let me get back up, and it jumped. Really quick introduction. Myself, Scott Staffon, Director of Risk Management here at CSDZ. And you'll be hearing from Jerry. We met in a few minutes, who was Executive VP for our construction practice at CSDZ. So let's really just talk a little bit about why construction is an issue. You know, we're looking at this worker well-being, the suicide prevention, not necessarily from the piece of the end result, which is suicides, but I want to focus in on a couple statistics here, which is pretty alarming. If you take a look at construction in general, we're seeing about 45 workers per 100,000 were committing suicide. Well, what does that number mean? 100,000 is that magical number that the CDC and other health organizations use to show you what those statistics mean. For instance, the general US population for suicides in construction is about 14. So construction is running about 3.5 times higher than the general industry. So there is an issue. Just like my title slide says here, we're approaching this as the silent crisis in construction, right? We're seeing 15 suicides per day from contractors, 5,500 in a given year. And what I will tell you about these statistics, there's only about 30 states that actually have sophisticated enough tracking systems to identify what those trades look like. So my guess is if we threw in the other 20 states that are out there, these numbers probably would be higher. And what's probably more alarming, if you take a look at what's going on here, let's look at it by trade. Iron workers, 5-6 times higher than the national US population average. Millwrights, brick masons, roofers. If you take a look at individual trades within the construction world and look at the impact from suicides, that worker well-being piece, there is a lot of impact to construction companies. We're going to go through a few of the things impacting probably those profits, impacting schedules, impacting injuries, equipment damage, a lot of those different things. But the interesting piece on this slide here is if you take a look at suicides in general, they are greater than all of the fatalities that we see in construction. We see roughly in construction on a given basis around 1,200 fatalities on job sites. This is a silent issue. It's a silent crisis. Jerry and I want to bring a little light to it. So what I'm going to do with that, it's a really quick introduction. I would like to spend more time really drilling down on some of these things. But I think what I'm going to do, Jerry, I'm going to turn over the next couple slides, let you run through these and give us your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Real Estate Journal, for allowing us to dive into this topic. This is one that Scott and I are very passionate about, and we, for a lot of reasons. One is, there's always a personal connection that most people have to someone who has been challenged with some level of anxiety, depression, or even, God forbid, a suicide in their family or in friends and stuff, which is obviously the worst outcome. But when you think about construction and you think about the workers out there, and we look at it from our standpoint, being in the risk and the safety and surety performance business. None of what we do matters if the workers don't show up and if they're not in a position to be successful. And so that workforce itself, we can take for granted in a lot of cases, and yet we ask so much of them. And you think of the additional stress that's on them that, I'm sitting in a room, temperature controlled, out of the elements, on a Zoom call, working. It's not much compared to what these folks do out in the field and the stress that they're under. So the additional layer of stress that they're under, even in these difficult times, whether it's financial, family, work, marital, health, illness, drug use, things like that, is, I think, would overwhelm most of us. So Scott, you can continue to roll as I chat here.
You got it.
You think about asking them to travel out of town, the long hours, the sleep patterns are impacted. A lot of them don't know where their next job is or where they're going to be working or when they're going to be working. And maybe another complicating factor is most of us would have an employee assistance program. Those are very difficult to access when someone is in crisis and does have a problem. So we're working hard to try to make that easier and more available for folks and reduce the stigma on this kind of worker well-being, anxiety, depression, suicide, all those items. So in addition to the stress, the access, logistics of getting help, just the physical demands, the toll that's taken on the body for a lot of these workers, and which leads to some level of self-medication in a lot of cases, whether that's alcohol or opioids or other painkillers. So
hey Jerry, I just want to add one thing as we're walking through this, and when we look at why does this make sense, why are we talking about this? We've been speaking about this on conferences for the last year and a half around the country, and the default to a lot of this when we mention worker well-being, suicide prevention, and tackling these challenges, there is this big default that goes back to, isn't that what we got a healthcare program for? Isn't that what we've got an employee benefits program for? That's what they should be doing. If you're a union contractor, isn't that what we play the union benefits for? And that's where these workers should be getting this addressed at it. I think, as Jerry said, when we look at this, employee assistance programs are very difficult, a challenge, and a lot of times really deters or turns off a worker from accessing them because of how challenging they may be. So that's kind of why we really want to look at this too, is that it's not just a default back to a healthcare program or employee benefits program. This is something we should be tackling right there at the job site.
Yeah, we add in the next slide a lot of the risk factors that exist, in the industry, just the culture of the industry, and we won't dive into a lot of that, but we all know what the culture of construction is. The job factors and the stresses that brings, as well as the lifestyle issues that those are choices, but obviously create some challenges for each of those workers themselves. So, you want to keep going, Scott?
You got it. Yep.
So as we get into this and we look at, signs of stress, we're not asking, what we're asking for is a level of awareness for people and for almost a process of taking on being our brother's keeper and helping people out and trying to be aware of the different signs of stress that may exist out there in the workforce, and education is the key to that. So, focusing on the physical signs, the psychological signs, and then the behavioral signs, the withdrawal, the absenteeism, increased drinking, recklessness, stuff like that, all those items. And where we see this play out in our world, being in risk, safety, and performance, is, we look at the level of rework in construction. Most studies would tell you that adds a level of maybe 8 to 10% of cost for rework. Look at the signs here. Look at, if someone isn't focused, if they're not engaged, if they're not following the plan, if they're not part of the team, or if their mind is elsewhere, we're probably going to have some rework claims. A lot of the large claims we see, fatality claims, have a level of potential suicide to them, and some recklessness and things like that, and distraction that can take place. So from a cost standpoint, from an impact standpoint, from a job profitability, and from a margin standpoint, all these items are part of the workforce not being well. So keep going, Scott.
Yeah, and I think as we look at this slide and as we transition to the next slide, I think this slide really is the foundation where if you look at the end result and only focus on the suicides, we're missing that whole piece of the puzzle, which are all these underlying issues, underlying things that our workers face each day. And I think I'd like to equate it to the fact that your worker is the meat between the two pieces of bread, right? They have all of the personal challenges and issues that they're dealing with that are bringing all these stressors and all these physical signs. And then on top of that, we bring in this work piece of the puzzle, which is, perfection, which is timeframes, which is all these compressed construction schedules, trying to get things done. And you can just imagine and start seeing that our workers get hit on both sides of this stress piece of the puzzle. And so we really want us to focus in on, this piece of the puzzle, which is, how do we break down the stigma of worker well-being and not make it seem like it's a foreign object or something that's untouchable or something that people are uncomfortable about? We like to say it's okay not to be okay. And if you can get that into your culture where you're working on that with your workforce, you have that underlying culture of care, which is not only safety compliance to OSHA and to those rules and regulations, but start breaking it down to more of a personal side, and breaking down these barriers, because obviously we all work in the construction world. Jerry talked about this. It's a stoic, it's a tough attitude. I'm in construction. I don't talk about my feelings. Those are those things that when we look at that and how construction's been approached. I've been in construction for 40 years, and these are exactly the way I grew up in construction. You didn't talk about your feelings. You didn't share your issues or your challenges. Those you kept to yourself, and it was about the work, right? So, if you don't do these, right, we got silence. If you don't have this as part of your culture, it's shame, it's self-blame. It prevents workers from bringing these things forward. It keeps workers from seeking help. And we're going to talk about that in a couple slides, right? This issue of workers not seeking help is very common in the construction world. And that's why I think we see these suicide numbers 3-4 times higher than the national averages because of this. So it is the silent killer, right? The biggest challenge to addressing this in the construction world is, how do we make it a place where our workers feel like talking about this or bringing this forward or giving them tools and resources, they can go do that without having the shame or blame, or they need to be silent. So I really want us to be thinking about that. And as you're looking at some of this, right? And I think it goes to this fact. I think when we talk about well-being or suicide prevention, the first thing that happens is people's minds go right away to some psychiatric mental health condition, and it's an off-limits thing, it's HIPAA protected, it's a HR thing, and we don't dare talk about this because we can't go down that route. And I'm not talking about that situation at all. I'm talking about the anxieties, those things that Jerry mentioned earlier about paychecks, family life. We've got stress of schedule, we've got all those things. Early onset of depression is common among a lot of people, not only in the construction world, but across all spectrums. I mean, let's take the COVID world today, working from home, isolation, lots of things that might, just because you have an onset of depression doesn't mean it's a clinical issue that you have to go seek and have a psychiatric evaluation on. You can address these things by putting some simple things in place, making your employees understand you have resources and tools, and it's okay to talk about these things. The interesting thing that people that get treatment for early onset of a lot of these things, anxiety, stress, depression, have about an 80% rate of recovering and living a normal life. The interesting piece about this is that if you take a look at what's happening in construction today, from the day or from the moment that a worker starts experiencing some of these um, issues, whether it's anxiety or it's depression, maybe it's some stressors, whatever that might be, we see the average treatment, or the first time that a worker starts seeking treatment for these things, is up to 11 years. And by then, if you wait that long, I think a lot of these things build and build and build and build. And I think that's why we see, you know, these suicide numbers 3-4 times higher than the general population. So to me, as a contractor and looking at your workforce, looking at your employees, how do you make a difference? To me, it's how do you tackle these underlying challenges, anxiety, stress, you know, whether it's schedule, whether it's at home, how do you help your workers deal with it early, deal with it often, resources, tools, how do you get them to break down that stigma? How do you get them to be able to overcome a challenged EAP or someplace that they're having difficulties doing? So as a contractor, this is where you really need to start thinking about these things right here, is that I need to start understanding that this is real. We can impact our workforce, we can impact our employees, and you can do some simple things. And we're going to go through a few of those things very quickly. So I think to understand a little bit of this, what Jerry and I like to talk about. So if we look at the ultimate tragic outcome of a suicide after years of not seeking treatment, or this are just allowing it to fester within an employee or the worker, and they're not sure how to deal with it, go all the way back to all these initial underlying conditions, whether it's stress, you know, whether it's anxiety, the family life, children, financial, I've got all this stuff going on at work. I'm telling you, when those workers walk through that front gate, understand that when they come through that front gate, everything that's impacting them from a mental well-being standpoint is also coming through that front gate, and that's what they're dealing with, right? We call it presenteeism. They're at work, but are they really at work? Where's their focus? Where's their attention, right? They may be sitting in that Monday or that morning safety debrief or that production meeting, and we're laying out goals, we're laying out our production for the day, we're talking about hazards, but here's an employee that's engaged somewhere else on a personal matter and not necessarily engaged within that work environment. And so when they get out onto the job site, they start working, they're not engaged in what they're doing. As Jerry said, rework. We don't even have to be dealing with an employee injury. Let's just look at rework, right? Is that person doing the work to a quality standard, or are they just going through some motions, or are they doing it wrong, or the way they feel it is? So this is real. This presenteeism is real. How do we tackle it? How do we make sure that our employees are getting the help they need? How they can start addressing these things so we can start looking at underlying conditions that aren't only from a mental well-being standpoint, but maybe from a risk standpoint on the job site. Employee injuries, rework, auto, equipment damage, all those things that come along with it. And Jerry, I'll turn this one over to you and walk through the next couple slides.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. The distractions of this, and this is true when we look at every serious injury and fatality that we have, and we dive deep into root cause analysis. Well, I would say 90% of them, and then we'll never know what they were thinking because their mind was somewhere else. They'd done this 100 times, and today they chose to do that. And so for anybody who's dealt with that in our industry, this will resonate a little bit, and you'll get a sense of that. So there's a lot of costs to presenteeism, people not being there, not showing up mentally. And we can, OSHA was created in 1973 to try to impact safety in the industry. A lot of it started with compliance, then it went to coaching, then it went to culture. And now I think it's at caring for that workforce, trying to help those folks through it. And we don't want to sound too soft and warm and fuzzy. There's ways to care about people and do it in a way that still fits the culture of construction. And that's what we're building. That's what we're working on. That's where our dollars are being spent to try to, we think this is the game changer in construction, honestly, as we go forward the next 10 to 20 years. I have yet to meet a client that doesn't say their workforce is their greatest asset. And so if it's our greatest asset, how do we maximize that asset? How do we protect that asset? And how do we help that asset grow? In an earlier session, we were talking about technology out in the field. And I think Alyssa mentioned that the technology embraced by the older folks was the electric wheelbarrow, that because it immediately helped them, right? And they didn't have to use their force, and it gave them something else to do, and it was adopted pretty quickly. And some of the other technologies are a challenge. This change in worker well-being will be a challenge, but I do think generationally, we've got 5 or 6 generations in the workforce. Some are going to grab it quickly and understand it, and even expect that we care about them the way they believe we should. And others we're going to have to kind of work through, just like the electric wheelbarrow. So we've built a model around this where we believe that we can impact culture all the way to corporate reputation and competitiveness by focusing on the worker and the workforce, the work tasks, the work groups. And we've got a number of tools that we use to do that. And we put this out there. We call it all what's going on under the hard hat. Because if we can solve this issue, and we can focus on workers' safety through brain health and through engagement, we've got a much better chance of solving serious injuries, fatalities, rework costs, lack of adoption of technology, margin improvement, all the challenges that we've got going on in construction. So keep rolling, Scott.
Yep.
Go ahead.
And I think, we're running out of time. I'm just looking at my clock and making sure we're staying on track here. So the next few slides. So, as we look at this, and the first thing that I get the question is, well, does CSDZ have a policy or program they can send to me on this? And my first response is no, this isn't a policy or program. This is a culture, it's a belief, it's a passion. What do I mean by that? I can't write you a 25-page policy of how you're going to implement this. This really is unique to companies, how you're going to promote it, what you're going to do EAP wise, the benefit wise, how you're going to start approaching your employees. So I just want this to be understood that it's not a written policy or a program that's out there. Unfortunately, we're starting to see some major owners that are starting to, in these ISNet world programs, start saying you got to have a written program for this, and it's not. It is again what you're going to do from a cultural standpoint to help get this to a place with your employees so they feel comfortable talking about things or accessing resources into tools that might be available. So again, it's just really bold leadership. It is lots of stuff. It's vocal, it's visible. What's your company leadership doing? It's not a one and done, so you can't send out a little memo from your president or executive leadership team and say, we're doing this, and then you never hear from them again. It's a constant, continuous message. This is what we're doing. You're doing it at company meetings, at your toolbox talks, your annual meetings, company newsletters. A lot of those things to promote this and keep it going is how you're going to be successful at it.
And Scott, if you can just go, we're at questions, go to the next slide here. And I would like to maybe challenge the group. If you don't have a question, but you have your phone in front of you, if you could pull up the contact piece and just punch in this number, 1-800-273-8255, 1-800-273-8255. That's the suicide prevention lifeline. Those folks are amazing, and they will talk through with anybody who's experiencing it, or if you're there with somebody. So if you take nothing from this today, at least take that resource, put it in your phone, have it available to text somebody as a contact. And we've got other information on this list. Our website is chock full of this. We've got a whole group devoted to this. I'm a member of the board of the CIASP, which is preventconstructionsuicide.com. We've got a lot of toolbox talks and resources available. We've got a challenge there for people to take a pledge to end construction suicide. And I would challenge any of the leaders on the call today to look at taking that pledge to end construction suicide. And then if we got some questions, we'll certainly take some questions, Todd.
I don't know. Let me see if we got any questions here. Where's our question box at?
I've seen one from Jason.
Okay.
What does it cost to engage worker well-being initiatives, and any examples of where or who is doing it well? I think we know somebody that's doing it well.
Well, you know what? That's a really good question, because honestly, we get that question. And I always say this, to me, as we look at what the numbers mean, you know, we get to see a lot of the stuff behind the scenes. We see a lot of client claim data. We see a lot of industry data. We see a lot of those things up there. And one of my first responses is how can you afford not to do it when you start looking at the underlying reasons why we see major accidents happen, why we see equipment damage, rework costs, you know, all those things that are driving profitability. This isn't one of those things where we're going to create this whole great big gigantic structure of some other complicated safety program and then put it over the top of our other safety program. This is really getting out there. This is having those conversations, hard hat stickers, posters, part of your toolbox talks, messages from, you know, your leadership about we care, here's what we want you to do. Start the conversation. It doesn't have to be very cost, a lot of cost to this. You can do it relatively cheap because it's a message. How are we showing employees we're doing this? So I wouldn't look at how much it costs. I would look at, we can take a lot of the stuff from what we're talking about and integrate it in what you've got going on already and deliver a message maybe a little bit differently in how you promote this to your workers. Are there contractors doing it well? There are some contractors out there that have embraced this wholeheartedly and using it as part of their culture and having phenomenal success and looking at what their statistical numbers look like. So it's out there, it's new. A lot of people are learning about it. My recommendation to people is get engaged, explore it. Don't be afraid of it. Call us. You know, we'll give you some thoughts. We have webinars, we have some tools, we have some publications. We have a number of different things that we've done, created out there that we can at least help you start gaining some knowledge and a better understanding of this.
We believe if we all pull together, we can truly make a difference here. And there's nothing more precious than the lives of our workers. And so let's make a difference. Let's take the challenge, and we're here to help in any way possible that we can. So our contact information is there, and lean on us and challenge us, and we will do the same.
Love it. Thanks, Jerry and Scott. It's good to have this all addressed. That and veteran suicides too. I feel like those two things, we can get our heads and arms around them, make a lot of difference. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
so if you're on the next panel, Art, John, Michael, jump on in with your cameras. If you're having trouble, it's my fault because I probably turned you off. And there we go. Gentlemen, you're looking good. Perfect. I'll just pop in and do your little slides with the contact info on it and whatever else I got to do in the background. If you need me, just holler, hey, Todd. But smooth sailing so far this morning.
Well, good morning, everybody. You're probably all Zoom zombies by now. So my name's Art Plant, and I'm going to do the next panel with an esteemed group of two of the area's largest home builders. But before I get into the presentation, just a little bit of introduction about myself. I'm the owner and president of John Arthur Homes, company I founded in 2012, focused on the active adult empty nester buyer. My company buys and develops land, both for my own company as well as for other builders. My career spans about 40 years, over 40 years in residential construction and development field. For the last 25 or so years, I've been at the president level position, both as the owner of my own company, and prior to that, 14 years as the division president here in the Twin Cities, leading Town and Country Homes and Kavnanian Homes. I bear the emotional scars of building about 5,400 homes in over 40 communities over that period of time. But the industry has been great to me, and it's been my sole career. I graduated late in life from Minnesota State University with a Bachelor of Arts degree in an individual degree program, and I've been a licensed builder and real estate broker in Minnesota since 1997. Joining me today are a couple of titans in the industry today, and I'm pleased to introduce two of the panelists. One of our panelists had to fly out and do a land deal in Colorado, so Ian sends his regrets. But first of all, John Rask is the Vice President of Land for MI Homes, where John oversees the acquisition and development of residential properties. Prior to that, John worked for Hans Hagen Homes, where he oversaw the company's home building and development operations, as well as the company's rental housing and commercial portfolio. Great background, and Hans Hagen Homes, a fine company. I think John's been in that role since about 2015. He's also been actively involved with the Housing First Minnesota organization and has served as a president in that role and has been involved in a number of initiatives. So I'll be interested to hear his comments regarding some of the things that are going on behind the scenes and with the legislature to help us build more affordable housing. John has a master's degree in urban planning from Minnesota State, Mankato. Also joining the panel is Michael Rami. And in addition to his athleticism and being Edina's greatest dad, Michael is also well educated from the University of Colorado Boulder with his undergrad, and he also has an MBA from the University of St. Thomas. His career started with Del Webb in Las Vegas, and Del Webb is a Pulte company where he works today that specializes in active adult. He also worked for Opus Northwest and has been involved with both the rental side of the business and the new home sales. And I believe he's been with Pulte since about 2018. So please join me in welcoming Michael. My final comment before we get right into the business is to thank everybody who's presented today, and especially the sponsors of this journal. I think I've been doing these panels for about 15 years, and real eye-opening presentation from the previous group. I've been in the business for, as I said, over 40 years. I did not know that suicide and mental health issues were such an issue in our industry, and I've been fortunate that I've never had that happen in any of my organizations or in any of my job sites. But thank you for that panel to open my eyes to what's really going on in the industry. So again, we're going to jump right into it. So I think, and I was on a land panel last October, and I asked what I call the head scratcher question to open it up. And that's how did we do last year in 2020 with all of the things going on in the economy, the COVID pandemic, the election, the economic downturn, people losing their jobs. And yet we read that housing permits are an all-time high and sales are at an all-time high and prices are going up. And you say, how is this happening? So I want to start with the panel member. I'll start with you, John, first. But how did COVID impact your business last year, and how did your company do as maybe a result of some of those economic factors that were at play?
Yeah, thanks, Art. It's a good question, and when we sat here a year ago, I don't think any of us could have foreseen what was ahead of us in the housing industry or the economy or the world in general. And we're fortunate as an industry to really have had a strong year. It's hard to believe that despite everything going on in the world, all those factors that you mentioned, that we could have those kind of results. And there's a lot of factors behind it. I think that when you look at what happened in 2020, you really can't speak about it without talking about low mortgage rates and low interest rates. And without those, we obviously wouldn't have had the year that we did. So, that's certainly a big factor on our results for 2020. I think we're starting to see millennials really enter the housing market. We've been waiting for this day ever since the baby boomers were the dominating force. We've got a new force coming into the market with millennials who really are proven to follow a similar track that previous generations have followed, which is a desire to have their own home, their own piece of property, maybe that suburban lifestyle, if you will. They're challenged by the affordability in the housing market today, but we're certainly seeing them come in mass into the market, which has been very good for our industry this year. And I think one of the unique things about 2020 that probably none of us would have predicted is really how, you know, despite the economic challenges and, you know, the number of unfortunate people who've lost their jobs and have or reduced hours, what have you, in the workforce, you know, there's this group of high wage earners that have done well during the pandemic. They're working from home, adjusting. And what we're seeing is they're spending less money on other consumer items. They're traveling less, doing less. And they're looking at whether they're upgrading their existing homes or looking to move and upgrade, you know, and looking at housing different than maybe they have in previous years. They have more time to sit on Zoom calls like this in the comfort of their own home, like Mr. Ramey there. And I think it's given them a different outlook on what a home means to them and their family. It's a place for, you know, to educate your kids now. It's a place to conduct business. You know, spend more time on Zoom calls with family members, you know, sharing in those experiences. So it's really been that group of high wage earners that have driven a move up market that, again, even 6 months ago was hard to believe that people would be looking to, you know, make moves, invest more in their homes, look for new housing opportunities and spend what they are. When you look at move up market, it's very strong today, as well as the entry level market and even the downsizing markets. Overall, a very good year in home sales. You know, permits are up, closings are up. You know, we'll talk about maybe some of the other challenges, what 21 may bring in future years here with supply, but hard to complain about the results of 2020.
Great detail. Thank you, Michael. How about over at Pulte Group? What was your perspective and how did you guys do in light of the economic situation we faced?
Sure. Thanks, Art. Good morning, everyone. I would just like to say, I know Ian had to run out to Colorado to do a land deal, but Summit County's got a pretty good base of snow right now too. So any of you skiers out there, like-minded like myself, know Ian's on a work trip doing a land deal in Colorado. But in any event, that being said, you know, 2020 in COVID, it was very interesting. March, April, it wasn't just a pause. I mean, it was like, don't pump the brakes, you hit the brakes, you lock the brakes, you pulled the emergency brake, and you just stopped right on a dime. I mean, you know, we looked back at the last 3 weeks of March and the entire month of April at our results, and there wasn't really anything happening in our industry nationwide. Sales halted. We didn't know, and John, I'm sure you were in the same boat. We just didn't even know what the future held for this year, what was going to happen. Art, you know it as well. And then obviously you see the results from this year. In this here at Pulte in our Minnesota division, this is the best year we've had in the history of our division and Pulte offices here in Minnesota, and one of the top 3 years we've had as Pulte Group as a company across the nation. If that just goes to show you how we went from hitting the brakes to just flooring it as fast as you can. That's what we did. The low mortgage rates, as John touched on, certainly played a huge part in it. And what we found, and John's right. I mean, I'm in my home office right now, and ironically, I'm not in my office because we're growing so much. I went in and sanitized it 2 weeks ago and hired a new director of entitlement that's sitting in my office right now because we don't have enough office space for the people that we're bringing on. It's an interesting world we're living in. Like who would ever think we're running out of office space because we're growing so much, and you read every day about how other people are losing their jobs and unemployment's at its highest that it's ever been. But, you know, we turned around 2020 and we found really, and we'll probably get more into it, is that, you know, people can now have their offices in Bloomington and work and live in Waconia or St. Michael and don't have to worry as much anymore about the commute or getting to the office or, you know, sitting in traffic. And so what we found really is, John touched on the millennial buyers. Obviously we can talk about affordability, and I think we will, but, you know, what really helped us out too is some of our active adult communities on the Dell Web side. You know, that demographic, the active adult, 55, kind of age qualified, 55 and older, really, you know, when the pandemic came, they really paused. I mean, they had money in the stock market was going down, stocks were getting hit hard. They've seen it before. They've been through a lot of different cycles in their lifetime. they really rebounded. That segment, along with the millennials and the first-time buyers, really rebounded quickly, and that really helped our end results come year end. But we're seeing it across the board, whether it's your first-time homeowner buying a townhome, your move-up buyer, your active adult, whatever the demographic is. We're seeing it across the board. We have a really good mix of what we're selling here today. So COVID-19, we'll probably get into more. I think it impacted us more on the construction side, and obviously for a while on the sales side, we couldn't have our sales models open. And John, I'm assuming you're in the same boat. You had all of our appointments had to be remote like this and on Zoom, and if you were in the sales office, it had to be by appointment, and you can only have 1 or 2 people in there. So I think the bigger impact from COVID was on some of the construction side. Making sure all the trades that you bring on site are safe and doing the proper screening. That played a role into it. And now, it's just keeping those trades on site and everybody's going after the same people for the same work. So it's a really interesting cycle. One, obviously we know our business is cyclical, but right now it's a great time. And given an election year and pandemic, but the interest rates really are a driver here. I mean, if you're going for a 30-year fixed and you're at 2.5% or whatever the numbers are now, I mean, not saying it's like free money, but it's darn close, right? And I mean, remember when interest rates were 14, 16%, right? So this year's been interesting. It's one that we've never seen before, but the future outlook, at least in our end, Art and John, is very positive. We're very bullish about the market today. In 2020, the turnaround in 2020 is just really paving the runway for the years ahead.
Excellent comments. Thank you, Michael. Sounds like things are going great over at Pulte. So in the Wednesday Star Tribune, the announcement was made on the headlines that prices were up 9% year over year. And I'm thinking, man, I wish I was, able to capture 9% appreciation in my pricing and put that right to the bottom line. Okay. But we all know that that's not reality. And while prices are probably continuing to go up, and that was, by the way, for resales and new construction combined. But on the flip side of that, there are cost impacts that your company has faced last year. And I'll name just a couple, and maybe each of you could take 1 or 2 as you comment. Land prices, cost of materials, particularly lumber, really spiked last year and then came down and then it's going up again. Cost of labor, regulatory fees, proffers at the zoning table, those sorts of things. So we know, those of us who are in the game, we know there's all this cost pressure, which is translated into more pricing and higher prices for the consumer. So can you talk about maybe some of those cost impacts and how you've been able to manage around some of those factors that are driving up pricing?
Yeah, I'll jump in with that one to start with, Art. And I went back and was just looking at some of the historical data, and right now if you look at the median sale price of new homes in this market, we're a little over 400,000. I think it's around 405. It's been as high as 415 in this past year, and part of the reason it's come down slightly is there's more attached product coming to the market, and builders are doing a little bit better job of delivering more affordable product in the farther out markets. So you're seeing people, markets that were maybe not available or people weren't real interested in 6 months ago, a year ago, are now, are pretty active communities where you can deliver some lower price point homes. So there's I think a lot of things going on that really are impacting that price. But if you go back even 10 years, the median sale price in this market was $250,000. And if you take an annual increase, we're going up 6-7% a year in sale price, which is outpacing the wage growth here in this metro. And that's the things that's the statistic that's alarming to me. You can't continue to increase prices, and if wages aren't keeping pace, and as discussed here, low interest rates have really been the what's created the situation for that to occur, which has been good for our industry. But if those markets or those rates were to start moving up, we'd obviously have some real challenges. And Michael's comments earlier just on some of the challenges back in March and April, you know, it's really easy to sit here today and sound smart and forget about all the tough times we had when COVID first hit. And, you know, really from a professional standpoint, this is probably one of the more challenging years I know I've been, but I'm sure you guys probably agree. It's managing just people and, you know, work tasks and trying to work remotely and trying to get entitlements when you're on Zoom meetings and trying to meet with city staff and meet with contractors and all of those things. It's just added another level of complexity. And, you know, I think we've, as an industry, have really adapted well to some of those changes. But we've really dealt with, beyond even those issues, just supply chain issues. You know, we act like we're the only ones at times that have these struggles, but when you can't get appliances because the manufacturers are shut down or have delays, you know, when you get other supply chain disruptions, it was a real challenge, and all of those things have had an impact on cost. You know, just durations, and being able to, you know, complete homes in a timely manner has been a challenge. So that's been a cost driver. Lumber has hit all-time highs this year. You can't talk about home prices without mentioning lumber. Of course, that's probably been the most significant impact. You know, when it goes up 100%, you're in trouble. It's one of the largest cost of a home is in lumber. So, you know, those are just a few things that popped to mind. I'll maybe pause there and let Michael talk about a few of the others, because we could probably, you know, cry in our beer here a long time today about all of the cost challenges we've had this year. But fortunately, you know, with the low interest rates, it's been mitigated in part.
Yeah, right. Great comments. And John and Art both know we've been on enough panels and enough meetings. We could talk about this for the entire 4 hours of this. The three of us at least won't get bored with it, but we could trade a lot of war stories, that's for sure. You know, one of the things that was really interesting too, it kind of is related to this year and the pandemic, is, you know, when all the home builders on our side, you know, hit the brakes, and then we, you know, try to figure out what was going to happen. And then, you know, on the development cycle, it was, you know, stop, where are we on depending on where you were in the process of a site development, what are you going to do? You're only going to pave maybe the first addition, you know, you're taking little phases. If you're just doing tree clearing, stop. If you're doing mass grading, only grade half the site, not the whole site, you know, scale it back. We really scaled back. I mean, the development, there was equipment mobilized on site that had been operating that just sat dormant for 60 to 75 days. Then what happened is when we realized we're coming out of this on the housing side, we're going to be okay. People are, you know, they have the funds, low mortgage rates, are buying homes, is, you know, when you hit the switch to go on, John, Art, Michael, we're all going after the same trade base to get going on our construction and our earth moving and stuff like that. That plays in well for the contractor side of it, right? They've been through the ebbs and the flows as well, like we have. But when you have, you know, 15 developers knocking on your door, all asking you to do a job, you know, prices are going to go up a little bit. So that certainly played an impact into it. You know, we could talk about municipal fees and city fees. And everybody that's here listening today probably knows all about that if you've listened to us before. But the hardest part of all these cost increases, lumber, you know, trade bases, park fees, municipal fees, impact fees, whatever it may be. But the problem is all those fees that we incur and accrue get passed on down to the end consumer. And every single day in some publication here in the Twin Cities, there's going to be an article about housing affordability and how we don't have it here in the Twin Cities. Well, newsflash, there's a reason we don't have housing affordability here in the Twin Cities, is because all the fees that we have to pay, whether it's from the Met Council, SAC, WAC fees, impact fees, park fees, tree fees, you name it, Art and John, you know, it gets passed down to the end consumer. I mean, we still have to meet our internal returns. We're still out, you know, trying to be a profitable company, and we're getting traded on Wall Street. We have to return to our shareholders. So it's really unfortunate. You know, we're trying to do the best we can to combat that and work with municipalities and work with Housing First and other organizations to combat some of these fees. but the toughest part is watching that get passed down to the end consumer, who all they want to do is buy their dream home and maybe buy their first home, and get out of wherever they're renting a place or whatever it may be. It really impacts affordability, but prices are certainly a factor. Land prices, when you're a land seller or a developer or a banker or whatever you are, and you read every day again that, hey, the housing market's the best it's been in 20 years, prices are going up, it doesn't help John and I and Art on the negotiation side when we're trying to buy a piece of raw dirt, when they're saying, so many times, seller Y thinks, their land's worth 150 an acre, and you're telling them it's worth 100 an acre, and you're trying to explain to them why, and they say, well, look at here, it's the best, if it's not you, it's somebody else who might pay that. So that's been a struggle. We continue to hold hands and educate some of the sellers out there, but there's a lot of different vices that are creeping up, increasing the housing costs. But I feel as a whole, our trade base is really trying to do a good job on correcting it as much as possible, and working together and working with trade organizations to hold on a little bit on top of this and make housing more affordable and reduce some of the fees that we're currently paying.
Thanks, Michael. So I think we'd all agree there's certainly a lot of cost pressure in the industry that's, translating into higher prices for the consumer. And I know we could spend the rest of the time and the rest of the day, for that matter, talking about this topic, but I want to kind of pivot a little bit and hit a few of the other things that might be of interest to the audience. So there used to be a saying, drive till you qualify. And back when I was a big builder here in town, we would look at outlying locations and say, okay, what's the price delta that we need to go from Maple Grove to Rogers, or Maple Grove to Albertville? And if we can be, $10,000 a mile less in price, will that translate into, a reasonable sales pace in those outer locations? And what I've seen, personally, in all this time I've had, when my model was closed, I started going around the market and watching what everybody else was doing, and particularly in some of these far out locations. And some of the pricing that I'm seeing, in the 300s or in the 200s, and some of the absorptions and some of the activity is just astounding. So maybe comment a little bit about, where the national builders, you guys, the big players, see yourselves in terms of penetrating those outer rings, if you will, and going head to head with the smaller locals that are out there, knocking the cover off the ball, selling 3 houses a month and building them as fast as they can. How do you guys see yourself positioned in those outer rings, if you will?
Yeah, good question, Art, and one that, we continue to look. I'm looking in communities that I never thought I'd go back to after 2005. And I know Pulte's always been a builder that's been closer in, but now that we're both out in places like Waconia, I suspect they're starting to move out a little farther than maybe they had, certainly in the last 5 or 10 years. And, the affordability component that some of the farther out communities can deliver is, in today's world, is obviously very important. The drive till you qualify. And I think it's price, of course, that's causing them to go out. But I think, as we look at what's happened this year and people starting to, as the workforce adjusts to, remote workers and people working from home. And I know our company is looking at it and say, we don't need people in the office 5 days a week, even when this is over. And we don't need certain people in the office at all, at Michael's earlier point. I think that's happening across a variety of industries, throughout the economy. And all of a sudden people say, well, if you got a 2-income household and one of the spouses can work at home full time, well, then living in Delano may not be that big of a challenge anymore, where one worker has to commute into Minnetonka and the other one's working from home. You can go to a community with a good school district, affordable housing, communities that I have an awful lot to offer. And it's not, as problematic as when both husband and wife or, family members were both driving in to the office every day. So I think it's a dynamic that we haven't seen before. I know we've all been looking at trends for the last 20 years saying, well, at some point in time, we're going to have remote workers, we're going to be commuting less, we're going to buy things online. And what COVID did, I think, for the economy and for society in general, is really put all that into hyperdrive, to where all of a sudden we were forced to deal with remote work. We were forced to buy things online. We were forced to not shop in our traditional ways. And it's really kind of opened our eyes up to maybe how we were living pre-pandemic, and that, you know, spending a lot of time driving, spending a lot of time commuting, doing things that maybe weren't as productive or taking time away from family. And then coupled with that, just, you know, providing people who maybe were priced out of home ownership, not willing to drive, are now looking at that and say, you know what, there's a lot of communities there on the outer fringe that are desirable communities that would be a great place to raise a family or to, you know, reside. And so they're certainly seeing more demand out there. And I think we'll all probably be a little bit cautious because we're all veterans of 2008 in terms of what happens when the market slows. It slows on those outer locations first. And, you know, when we look at, 21, 22, we've got, pricing pressures, we've got an economy that's pretty beat up. So, we're starting to look at some of those farther out markets. We're still being a little hesitant just because of what we're reading in the tea leaves. But I do think, there are good plays out there in the exurban area that, even if the nationals maybe aren't as aggressive at, we've got a, excellent group of smaller private builders in this market. And when you look around the outer fringe of the metro, they're having great success out there. They're doing some, have some nice communities, and, they may fill more of that outer niche market than some of the public builders right now in the Twin Cities is, I guess, what I'm seeing, even though, there are some of the nationals looking farther and farther out. But I think it's helping to balance the housing market in a way. We lost that outer market for probably 10 years post-recession. I think it's a healthy thing that's coming back and offering some affordable housing options here in the metro.
Michael?
Yeah, good points, John. And by the way, it took me 3 years to get Pulte Corporate on board to go to Waconia. But
shocked to see you there, Michael. I was actually disappointed to see you there.
Yeah, that's a conversation for another time. But in any event, I think I echo everything that John just said. And the joke is, I mean, it's not like land, they're not making any more of it, right? Plymouth built out, Maple Grove closer and closer every day. Corcoran, land available. St. Michael, land available. Otsego, Albertville. I'm just focused on the Northwest. We could be in the South here. I'm just looking there. So the next gradual step, obviously, to follow a pattern is you're going to follow that corridor. Yeah, there's still a lot of dirt that, there's some dirt available between, here and St. Michael if you want to be in the Northwest, but you're certainly going to pay a premium for anything that's left available closer in, and you might not get the densities and the number of units that you want. So the natural progression is going to be to continue to move further out to the exurbs, which are now really just becoming the suburbs. And you can go to these cities now, and it's a Lakeville, for example, where you can go to these cities now. You never have to leave. They've got all the retailers there. You're getting everything delivered door to door, and food service and groceries service, whatever it may be. Great schools. New schools are being built because they're getting all the fees from all the rooftops that are coming in, and helping fund that need. So it's just a natural progression, and I think you'll continue to see more and more nationals do what we have started to do and go to some of these further locations. I would say my organization, the Pulte, obviously we're not as bullish on some of them as some of the other national builders, and John's where we try and focus a little bit closer in, but we're starting to branch out because you have to, and the consumer's okay with it. Like I said, you can live in Waconia, for example, and have an office in Bloomington, but you never have to leave your house in Waconia. Or if you do, you can go, it's nice outside, and you can sit outside safely distance yourself at a coffee shop on a sidewalk and do your work from there, whatever it may be. Anyways, it's just kind of the natural progression. You're going to see it continue because that's where the land is available. The land kind of closer in, more towards the core, is more and more competitive. and us on the for sale side oftentimes can't compete on land prices. We're looking, competing against other rental products that can get the high density or whatever it may play. So you're going to see the for sale side that we work on continue that trend to kind of grow out.
Great comments. And just to add my own feedback, I think, the progression towards the outer ring is going to continue to happen. I continue to read articles about Zoom towns. I don't think work at home, is gone when the vaccine comes out. I think it's going to be here to stay. People are getting used to it. They see the advantages of it. And maybe they don't want their kids, at their kitchen table when they're working from home. They want them in school. But that said, people have the taste of it now, and I think it's going to continue. I found in my own dealings with some of the outer locations, a much more willingness at the zoning table to consider alternative ideas, less fees, pushing fees down the road, delaying things, and maybe a little more willingness to be reasonable on the cost side and the density side and the approvals side, which I think, is going to be necessary for us to try to keep costs down, to keep pushing, the most affordable product that we can out to the consumer. We only have about maybe 10 minutes left, and I want to kind of cover a couple of other topics, but maybe talk a little bit about some of the projects or even products that you're offering today that you see are having the most success, and maybe some that you're migrating to that you're considering. We've talked a lot about active adult product. I know we're all in that space, but I'm seeing more and more townhomes come about, and maybe things that are in other markets that you see that have merit here. You're all national builders, so I know you go to meetings where somebody says, well, why aren't you doing this? Because we can do that in Arizona. I built a house in Arizona in 5 days. Why can't you do that in Minnesota? That kind of thing. So it's the, sharing and pollinating of ideas, which, push innovation. So what are you seeing on the product and project side that you see being the most successful?
I'm going to let Michael go first so I can rip off his good ideas or not admit mine if he's got something I don't know.
No, thanks, John. Appreciate that. It's interesting. We are seeing in our, it's so funny you brought it up that we get in these collaboration meetings. We're a national builder. People are saying down in Texas, well, we're doing these on a 35-foot wide lot. Why aren't you doing that in Minnesota? I'm like, our narrowest product is 45 feet wide. That's why we're not doing it in Minnesota. But, that collaboration stems new ideas, and we bring a new product. I would say we are seeing a trend in cities that are allowing it. You're definitely seeing some narrower lots, which is, you think of the traditional move up single family buyer, which is our bread and butter, most of our bread and butters, right? And it's a 65 to 75 wide lot, with a 5 and 10 setback on each side. Now we're seeing the acceptance of, a 45-foot wide lot and a 35 or 40-foot product, depending on your PUD and what the setbacks are. And that's being accepted. One, it's a benefit for the land seller because we're getting more density and we can probably pay more for the land. And two, if we're building more of the same product, we're going to get better pricing from our trades and on that product, which the result is hopefully we're providing a more affordable home to the end user. So we're seeing those products, although again, our bread and butter is still the move up single family buyer, I would say. So those products, townhomes, very active right now. I mean, a big part of our demographic and purchasers and end users are townhome buyers. Affordability drives that, obviously, but you can, when you can still have an HOA maintained kind of custom townhome for $325,000, wherever it may be, and borrowing money as cheap as it is. It's pretty cool if you're a millennial and you want to do that, or downsize from it if you're an active adult. And then the other main product we're seeing is the villa product, the Ramblers slabs, our active adult communities, and even where they're not Del Webbed and we're building them. The Rambler ranch style home is really taking off here and building slabs. It helps us on the construction cost side too, as we're not digging basements in all these homes. So we can really get some affordability play there as well. So I think those on our side are the main products we're seeing kind of come in, but you'll see more and more new product from outside of this market migrate into the Twin Cities. We're always kind of the passive aggressive Twin Cities where we're always going to keep doing things, talk to ourselves behind and say, why didn't we do that? Why did we do that? So you're going to see more and more product migrate to the Twin Cities, and that's evolving. John, I'll let you go. I don't want to hijack the time here.
I'm doing everything, Michael, is nothing different. I'm not going to give them any ideas here for what we might be bringing to the market. But I think Michael covered it well. And I feel in part like this is 2005 all over again, where if you build townhomes, they're selling. If you build move up product, it's selling. If you build empty nester product, it's selling. I think we're fortunate that with the low inventory, low existing homes, low new home inventory, there's a lot of product that's working really well right now. And I think the challenges Michael indicated is going to be, continuing to innovate and have partners with the cities and municipalities that regulate land use to allow that innovation to occur. Because I think the thing that, Art and Michael, you can speak to it as well as I can, and is, when we look around the country and we see in Texas where you can still deliver a nice home for $240,000 and that same square footage costs you $440,000 here, something's amiss. And it wouldn't be a program here if I didn't complain about regulatory costs because I'm known for it. But, I think some of it does, though, fall back on the industry to bring new product to market, to look at ways of driving down the lot cost and, trying to deliver homes at a price people can afford. And, the lot width, and what a lot of people don't understand and why we focus so much on lot width is because that's what drives the cost. If you look at a typical lot and it's $200 a front foot, by the time you pay for the land, you got the sewer, water, the streets. The only way to bring down the lot cost is to make it narrower. You can't make it, have a wide lot because of all of those factors that drive up the cost. So there's just been a lot of emphasis on that. I mean, there's other parts of the country and other markets that are doing a much better job than we are. I think Michael hit it. We're just here tough to accept changes. California has been building on narrow lots for 50 years. We act like it's something new. I was at a planning commission meeting the other night, and we had a 50-foot wide lot and 5-foot setbacks, and commissioner just could not understand how you could possibly deal with drainage with 10 feet between homes and how that can possibly work. And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking I've built over 1,000 homes at those kind of setbacks and lot widths, and it's not a function of can it be done, it's how you design it to make it work. But it just shows you how much education is still needed in that public space to get people to understand that, just because your community may have had 80-foot wide lots doesn't mean that, we haven't been. We've been building on narrow lots for 100 years in this market. St. Louis Park, Minneapolis, this is nothing new, but feels like each time we go into a community and start talking about, ways we could bring down lot cost and different ways of designing homes and neighborhoods, that we're having to continually re-educate on what some of those things are and how we deal with them. So I think there's a lot of good things coming. I think we're seeing greater diversity in product that we've seen in a long time as the market, improves and interest rates are low. I think builders are feeling more confident to try to introduce new products to address those. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, coming out of the recession, all we wanted to do was build move-up housing. Nobody wanted to enter any of these spaces. We were all reluctant to get into townhomes. We were all reluctant to go back to maybe a smaller, concept home. It was pretty sterile housing market, if you will, in terms of the new product. And there's just much more diversity today, which I think is good for the consumer and good for our industry.
Yeah, excellent comment. I know when I started my own company in 2012, there was really not that many competitors doing main level living products, certainly in the luxury space, and really only my prior employer in the production builder space. And yet today, virtually every builder from small to national has got an empty nester type product, and all the commercial guys who are on before us today are all in the space as well, with mid-rises and all kinds of amenitized locations around town. So in terms of the 55 plus buyer, many, many more choices than they had, 5, 6 years ago, which is, as you said, John, good for the good for the consumer. Okay, I'm looking at my clock. We got 2 minutes left. So predictions for 2021, say 2022 in 30 seconds, and then we'll open it up, I guess, for questions. I'm not sure how that will work, but what are your prognoses for the next year or two?
You know, I'll go, and I gotta bounce off to one of those national meetings here in a minute anyway. One of those collaboration meetings at the Texas and Illinois and a couple of groups out west. It starts at noon. Like I said, I mentioned earlier, very bullish on the market here in the Twin Cities. You know, we're seeing no signs of slowing down. We are predicting and forecasting great growth here in the Twin Cities. It's becoming much more competitive. It's keeping us busy. We're buying deals that are larger, which kind of slows down the treadmill on the land deals. We're trying to look for deals that are bringing in 3-4 years worth of inventory. If you can get make your internal returns work. So we're very excited about what's going to come up. I think you're going to see, like we just talked about, new product, different, you know, all demographics of buyers. If the interest rates stay where they are and it's an election year, we have yet to see what comes. I don't see right now anything changing in the near term in our business.
John, over to
Yeah, I think a lot of the same. You know, I think, you know, we've had headwinds for, you know, coming out of the recession. I think now we've got a couple good years of some strong tailwinds. A lot of just the record low inventory, the lack of availability is, you know, making a great environment for home builders today. I think the biggest challenge is going to be from the market overall. I think companies like Pulte and MI Homes and some of the nationals are well positioned with their land supply, but from a market standpoint, I would be concerned about just lot deliveries. You know, community counts nationally are down about 10%, new neighborhoods. This market, it's about 4% decline. So that's creating a greater stress on the supply. And I think that will be the challenge, but again, feels much like 2005. If you have the land and, you know, you've got the lot inventory, you're going to have some good years. If you're a builder that's not well positioned in land, it's going to continue to be a challenge. And, you know, I like to wear the industry hat from time to time. And I think that's what concerns me. But it's from a consumer standpoint, it's going to keep prices high and maybe higher than they should be. So we need to just continue to work on that lot supply and delivery of land to the market. So.
Yeah, I would agree with all the previous comments. I think the economy is going to shift here quickly by summer with the vaccine entering the scene. The economy is going to rebound quickly. The demand for new homes has not stopped. Obviously, it's going to continue, and it's probably going to continue to increase. I think our biggest headwinds in the industry are going to be cost control with materials and labor, availability of both, certainly on the land and fee side. Hopefully we can pass some of those increases along to the consumer, but with low interest rates, you know, it's not too painful on the monthly payment side. So I'm really bullish. You guys know I'm betting, you know, a little bit on the fringe. I got a couple land deals I'm working up here, and, you know, if the locals, you know, want them, great. And if you guys want to be there, great. But I really think the fringes continue to grow. It's going to be a great value for the consumer. And with the Zoomtown concept I hit on earlier, I think it's the wave of the future. People are going to be able to work from home. They're going to want a bigger lot. They're going to want to be farther out from the metro, and all the amenities are there. And if they're not there, they're going to go on Amazon and get it. So those are my comments. I think we're over the time limit now, and I'm not sure, Todd, how the questions, if
You're
there are
good. I don't see much in the chat room, but I did lose connection for a minute. So if you got a question in the chat room and you want to enter it, I just want to let everybody know these are all going to be on YouTube. So if you do have to log off right now, and these guys keep talking for 10 more minutes, it's fine. You can go on YouTube and watch it. Also, let your kids know you're now a YouTuber, and be proud of that. I have a question for both of you, though, real quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
We're sort of, we have an office in Texas and have been really paying attention to the Texodus and the migration of people, largely California, right? But even my wife and I, because of the pandemic's just exacerbated how we don't, and I'm just going to go on a limb and say it, we don't necessarily agree with the politics of Minnesota and the policies and the high tax. You know, we may fit in better in Florida or Texas. Are you worried at all about people from Minnesota migrating, or is that largely a California issue?
I do, and maybe it's my own political beliefs as well that influence it. But you know, we build homes in in Orlando and Tampa, Sarasota. We build in the larger Texas markets, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, Austin. You know, and you look at the price of homes there and the cost of living and how much less it is, it's hard to believe that as a region, we can stay competitive when competing against those types of regions that have lower taxes, lower housing costs, lower cost of living. You know, why would a business want to expand in Minnesota when you could go to Texas and find more workers at a more reasonable cost? And it doesn't mean that their standard of living is lower down there, as you know. It just means that things don't cost as much because of some of the regulatory and tax, in the environment on taxes and regulatory issues. So it is a concern. You know, this region's continued to do well despite, you know, some of those things over the years. Is, you know, these aren't new philosophical or political situations that have emerged in Minnesota. We've always been a high tax, high regulatory state. We've had high incomes, we've had high educational attainment. You know, the business and Fortune 500 companies here do well. But I think, you know, despite some of the things that make it a challenge, there's a lot of positives that keep some of us here despite our wonderful weather. And I think that's going to continue to be good for the region. So it's always concerning, but, you know, a lot of positives too.
Yeah, hard to argue with that. We do have one question from the audience here. As a new residential building contractor, do you have suggestions on developing good relationships, finding reliable subs?
I'll take that one. I guess my question to him is, what made you do it? You're just seeing all of us, you know, having all this success, but the previous presenters talked about all the anxiety and the worry that we go through, and it goes from workers all the way up to the top. But all kidding aside, really, it starts with just, you know, obviously face-to-face contact where impossible to try to forge those relationships. There's a lot of big players in town that are, you know, doing the framing and the concrete and some of those major trades. And frankly, as a smaller operator, that's going to be maybe tougher to break into. But there's many smaller subcontractors that are quite capable and probably have better pricing and can fit you into their pipeline. So I would forge some of those relationships while at the same time trying to solicit the larger companies. But that'll be tough. I mean, we're all fighting for the, you know, the big framers and the big concrete guys. And as a smaller, you know, beginning contractor, I think you're going to need to find locals, form the relationships, do a good job on the organization of your company. You send out good paperwork, good plans, you know, a complete contract, purchase orders ahead of time, organize your schedule properly so that when they show up, the house is ready. I mean, you got to execute, you got to execute to a T, or they're going to go elsewhere where they can make money. So those are my quick tips.
How much of it is word of mouth? Like you said, if you execute well, are they going to talk to other subs? Does that help you?
Well, it's a competitive environment and trades are going to go where the work is. But if there's a dependable pipeline of work, then, and you have a predictability of your schedule, then trades can count on you as being a builder of choice. But if you don't, for, you know, a smaller guy like me who maybe builds a building and then we got a little bit of lag time, then they're going to go elsewhere and you might have harder time getting them back, or you're just going to have to plan that much more in advance. So for example, I was planning my framing start date about 2 months before I actually needed them to make sure I had my framer available. So it's going to require a lot more thought and planning on the front end to make sure that you have the workforce available when you need them.
I got to think they appreciate that, because there's nothing like bouncing around from one job site to another. To help Alex out, are there contacts at city or permitting offices? Do they see those local subs, the smaller ones?
Well, as John Rask knows, as a member of Housing First Minnesota, if he joins that organization, which used to be called the Builders Association of the Twin Cities, you know, you can pay the annual fee, be a member, and get access to all of the other associate members who are other contractors, both builders, developers, and subcontractors. So there's a good source of data. You get names, addresses, email addresses, phone numbers of people to contact. There's Builders Club, which is a, you know, club that you can accumulate points. There's members in that club, subcontractors that you can contact. So you got your work cut out for you to find all those vendors, and use the old technology. Just get in your car and drive around, drive to developments where construction's going on, and take pictures of the trucks that are out there with the names and phone numbers on them, and call those people. I mean, that's as basic as it gets, but it can be effective and work.
Well, Alex, that's the best free advice you get this week. Well, gentlemen, unless there's anything else, thank you. This was a little bit of a grind going 8 to noon for everybody today, but man, some great information. And we desperately need to stay in contact because so much is changing and going on. Even though we can't get together and do a live event, we got to keep doing this. So really appreciate your effort on that. And we all came together today and got this all done.
Yeah.
I'm going to sign us all off. If you have any questions, email me. My email should be in somewhere along where you signed up. And then you'll see this on YouTube. We're about a week behind on getting those things up. They're sort of slow. I don't really know why. You get what you pay for with YouTube, I should say. It's free. So
All right. Thanks, Todd.
4-hour upload times. Well, thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, thanks, Todd.
Have a wonderful weekend.